1292 at 102 miles an hour by Campbell. And round one of Stock Eliminator is in the books. Alrighty, Jeff Mandel and Gaines Hickman. As we come back, our rerun pair from the first round of Super Street Eliminator. If you were paying attention, you may have noticed a hiccup with the Christmas tree. Well, it kind of threw off, if not both, at least one situation that needed to be taken care of. So the opportunity arose. Let's do a rerun, and here we go. Womp, womp, womp. 10-9-0-1. 142. Mandel's your winner. 10-88-9 for Gaines Hickman. And the wagon is done. The Camaro of Mandel. We'll be back in a bit. We'll be back tomorrow for round number 2. Final qualifying for our top dragsters. The bump right now, a 660. We are 3 cars away from yet another all-time record field, and we just set that a few weeks ago in St. Louis. See where we end up. Marco Abruzzi's in. Johnny Deakins is in. Both of them well into the show. We need to improve on a 655, a 660 with a 1, and a 6.606. We get Phil Oakland, Radlin, and Tom Fisher to improve. We could have an all-time record field of 642. No help out Marco, 644. No help for Deacons. Both of them already into the show with better numbers than that. Bob Mandel III up in his hot rod over on the left side, 640. Casey Spradlin. Here's one of those drivers that needs to just step up a little bit. Get down in that 648 range. He's already been 660. Don't know if there's another 10th plus in that car. Man, we are so close to yet another all-time record field in the category. Mandel out of Tennessee, out of Profab Chassis. There on the left side. Been 41 and 40 down the racetrack. 660 and a 669 by Casey. Well, there's one of them, 658. He took a step closer, 206 miles an hour. Mandel goes through 645 over on the other side. The Budweiser lane. Either driver going to improve anything there? But, well, I take that back. Spradlin improved by a couple of hun. The bump remains Tom Fisher's 660. Got Junior Houston, Mike Trouth, and B.J. Sexton all on the outside looking in, and I know two of those three very easily lay down some numbers. Jimmy Prevost left side. Chris Ray right lane. $658 by Chris Ray at 208. He's off a little bit. $641 at 210. Able to improve. Not. Lloyd Ellison and Chuck Cheeseman. In a situation, both cars in the show. Bump's not going to change. That 660 is going to stay up on the scoreboard. Cheeseman, though, the brothers out of Galena, Ohio. Over here on the right-hand side. Ellison up in the left lane. Runner out of Central City, Kentucky, the Pirate Machine. Lovely ladies dressed in their black and orange. I love the orange boots. Checking out Lynn's hot rod. Lynn's in at a 637, 646 for Cheeseman, his best run to date this weekend. $637.7 again for Ellison. That's two of them now. Out of his three runs, 11 flat for Cheeseman. And here is one of those cars that could really shuffle things around. Mike Trout, runner out of Alexandria, Kentucky. Gorgeous automobile. 655 cubic inch Chrysler power plant here on the left-hand side. Trout, who has already been a winner on the division trail this year in the D3 competition. Not in the show. Best lap and only lap, a 698. To get in, got to be quicker than a 660. To get into the top half of the field, he's going to have to run better than a 637. Both of which Trout very capable of doing. It's a matter of the race car, the racetrack, the combination they've got in it. Well, D, all of the above. .649.8, 208 miles an hour. Trout is in 640. For Shanna, doesn't improve. She stays 1. Mike, the good news is you're in. The bad news is you're only in the number 30 spot. We got cars coming up that could get to you yet. So far, so good. JB Straswag, the dragstersforsale.com. Boss man, team captain. Sitting number 25 on the qualifying sheet. 645, the best out of their undercover car. Lindsey Barker, right lane. Here's your dentist. Lindsey needs to bring chair and fix a few of the fillings we shake loose. Some of these cars every weekend. 643, 209, JB improves. 634. She'll stay. Number 7, JB. Now number 24 with that 643 lap, moving it up a few spots on the qualifying sheet. Rob Mosier and Vince Nannini. Vince absolutely annihilated the tires on the last run down the racetrack. I mean, just the old expression, shook his brains out, would probably be most apropos. Bob Mosier up now. Mosier Engineering, boss man. Chief cook and bottle washer. .632, picking up 300 is Rob Mosier, 643. Getting down the racetrack that time, Nannini. Mosier now sitting in the number 13 spot with that 632.8 lap. Nannini in the number 19 spot. We're on hold for a moment to go check and chase down an errant part out there on the racing surface. It looks like down there right at the 3:30 mark. A couple of pieces laying on the left-hand side of the racetrack, small as they were. Legal Eyes down there spotted them, said, let's hold up BJ, let's hold up Al. Time to bring him to life one more time. Sexton over here on the right-hand side. Al Peebler out of Olney, Illinois, coming down from the land of Lincoln with the big block Chevrolet powered entry out of Peebler Trucking. And BJ Sexton, another one of our drivers, not in the show. One shot at the racetrack so far that has culminated in an elapsed time, and it was, what's the old expression, out in left field. This one was so far out it may have been out behind the left field bleachers. BJ looking to get in. He sees that 658 up on the scoreboard. Our record bump was a 649.7. Our number 30 car is a 649.8 right now. BJ can get into this show. Big bad blown machine over here on the right-hand side, certainly capable of it. Watch the TS performance scoreboard. $644.9 puts him in. $644.2 by Al Peeler. Peeler doesn't improve. BJ does. BJ down to the number 26 spot on the qualifying sheet. That puts Phil Oakley on the bubble at a 655, and we are 2 cars away from the quickest ever field. Karma Hopper. Craig Sullivan working their way down track. Sullivan 621. There's an improvement at 220, 643. There's an improvement for Karma. Karma now 25. Sullivan 621 moves him up to the number 3 spot, and that's one of your Ford powered machines here this weekend. Matt Cook and Dudley. That coming up on the left side there. Matt also having trouble going backwards. Says, help me, help me. It's like Matt's really got some issues already steering himself out of the groove. I was thinking I was seeing a trail come out from underneath that car, and it was merely a reflection. That makes me feel a lot more better. Ed Dudley, right side, the engineer out of Indiana. Dudley's already in with a 622, goes 655 that time. 206 miles an hour. They'll go back and rethink whatever changes they made there. Because whatever that was just didn't work. Top Sportsman needs you to the lane now, please. Final qualifying. Our protege. Steve Schmidt, Race Engines, Top Sportsman cars need you to the lanes. Junior Houston and Tom Fisher. Here's a couple of cars not in the show. 6:55, the official bump. 6.557. Both drivers want to get in. They're going to have to go quicker than Mike Trout, 6:49.8. And if they both do that, we will have set the record for the quickest ever top dragster field. We're that close to it. Tom Fisher's been 660, not once. He's here in the right-hand lane. Goes 6:47, 6:41. Blow me away and say congratulations to the quickest ever field in top dragster competition. Tom Fisher on the bump, 6:47.4. It was 6:47.9 in St. Louis. We dropped it by 5 thousandths of a second. And we're not done yet. Wowza. Coming into the weekend, I thought with the number of top sportsman cars, we might see the quickest ever field there. I honestly did not expect to see the quickest field in the history of dragster. And we've now done it 3 races in a row. Norwalk, St. Louis, or excuse me, Columbus, St. Louis, and now here at Beech. Reigning champ Rico over on the left-hand side. He'll motor through 6:39. That's an improvement. 207 miles an hour. 6:11 by Andrew. Look at Andrew. Johnson steps up to the new number 1 spot. Say hello at 232 miles an hour. 6:39 by Carico. I'm telling you. Carico, did we just have a cold front come through? Wow. I mean, 47 by Fisher. 41 by Junior Houston. 6:11 by Andrew Johnson on that pass. Holy guacamole. Phil Oakley up right now. We could drop it even some more. Would my English teacher be proud of me? I don't think so. We could drop it even some more. Whew. I think that one may take a little bit of work. Ashley Tidrick up on the left-hand side. Ashley's in. She just got bumped back to number 6. Man, 6:11. Where did that come from? Holy guacamole. Phil Oakley not in the show, looking to get in. Watch the scoreboard. Hey, I'm telling you, watch the scoreboards right now. This is wild, this is wacky, and this is... Hang on, Phil. 6:57, not going to get her done today. 206 miles an hour. 6:27 by Ashley. No improvement there. She'll stay number 6. Wowza. I am indubitably impressed by our top dragster competitors. This is some fancy-dancy stuff. Alan O'Brien up. Here's that twin turbocharged AMC. Remember, he went to the number 1 spot earlier? He now sent number 3. Joe Hessling, number 7. 6:25, his best. The American Race Cars entry over there on the left-hand side. All right, here we go. What do we got in store next? Find out. 607. 224 miles an hour. Say hello to your new number one qualifier. Joe Hessling goes 623. Hessling now sitting number 7. So Andrew Johnson's 611 lap was pretty outstanding. He still got top speed at 232. But man, Alan O'Brien romping and stomping that Kelvinator motor to a 607 lap at 224. How do you do? Holy cow. Here's Robert Houston. Robert's sitting there with a 646 lap going, man, is this going to stay in? Holy cow. The race tech car. His best lap of 46.2. He goes 52 here. Good thing he was already in. 635. 215 by Strickland. The stickerpunk.com entry stays consistent. He'll be 14. Alan O'Brien, number 1. Marco Abruzzo, number 16. Here's your number 9 qualifier, Tom Elliott's hot rod. Beautiful car. And bad? Yeah, it is. The Artisan. Spitzer chassis car. Hemi-fied, blown motor. 629, 225. He has made 1 lap down the racetrack. This will be lap number 2. He take away that number 1 spot, I'm telling you right now, I'm thinking anything is possible, including a record all-time quick field in Top Sportsman, which, by the way, Top Sportsman, if you're not in the lanes, you're late, you're tardy, you're absent without leave. We need you to the lanes, please. You're sitting there going, why are we running singles? Well, they are assigned lanes to be in. On each lap down the racetrack. Right, left, left, left. At the end of the session, we get down to a couple of cars that don't show for a left lane run. And we have some right lane runs to make. Big 225 miles an hour by Elliott. He'll move up from the number 9 spot into the number 4 spot. Craig Sullivan, Ed Dudley, Ashley Tidrick, Joe Hessling, and the rest of the field just got to take a step backward. Tom Elliott motivates himself up into the number 4 position. Here comes Ross Larice. Ross Larice, the family out of Raceland, Louisiana. I mean, can you think of a better town to be from than Raceland, Louisiana? Brand new American race car. Centrifugally blown big block. Brought the car out earlier this year down at one of our events in Louisiana. Struggled with the car a little bit. Trying to get her dialed in, locked in, and going. Starting to get a pretty good handle on it now. 632. 220 miles an hour for Larice. Did I say 632, 220 miles an hour? I thought I did. 632, 221 miles an hour. Okay, so I'm off by a mile an hour. Slap my hand and call me speechless, all right? Wow, what a session. Quickest ever field in the history of a 32-car top dragster show in NHRA competition. Incredible. 6:07.6, the number 1 spot for Alan O'Brien and the twin turbocharged 401 cubic inch AMC powered dragster. Yes, sir. And a 6:49 6:49.4 to be exact. Beating the previous record best field by 5 thousandths of a second. I know. Doesn't seem like a lot, but hey, like I said, this is the third race in a row. Columbus, Ohio, Gateway, St. Louis, and now here at Beech Bend, where we have continually set record, and record quick fields in the top dragster category. You know, looking here at the record list, out of the top 10 quickest fields in the history of Top Dragster, all three of them have been here in the Division III competition. Gateway, National Trail Raceway in Columbus, Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk, Route 66, National Trail, Lucas. Just incredible. The record field in Top Sportsman is a 692.7 bump, and that record has stood since 2012. That was set at Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk, Ohio on July the 6th, 2012. The 1st of July. I mean, you wouldn't really expect record-setting performance numbers in Ohio on July 4th weekend. I mean, let's face it. That's corn on the cob and fireworks, a lot of humidity and a lot of heat type of date of the year. But by gosh and by golly, in 2012, they set the record. Now, where are we at here? We have 40 cars here this weekend trying to get into a 32-car field. The bump right now is Tom Blenko. We are officially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars away from a record field in the Brodix Steve Schmidt Top Sportsman category. Kenyon Dinkle and Tim Kierman coming at us now. First pair out, number 15 and number 17 on the qualifying sheet. So both of these gentlemen are in. 705 bump will remain. We're only 4 cars left in the 7-second zone. And that should easily change as well. This cloud cover on this racetrack right now, keep it tight. It looks like that big old cloud out there is going to do that for us. As long as that's the only thing that big old cloud out there does. Tim Kierman, left side, Illinois-based runner. Pontiac Grand Am, he's in the show, 673. Kenyon Dinkle out of Terre Haute, right-hand side, Chevy Cavalier bodied car. In the show, number 15 at a 670. Kenyon, a little hop and skip off the starting line, stays with it. 676, 208, 6667 by Tim Kierman now. Kierman's going to move him to the top half of the field, up to the top half of the field. And that kind of performance improvement right there tells me that we may yet see a quickest ever field in our Brodix Steve Schmidt Racing top sportsman category. Here comes one of the cars that can make a change. Guy sitting on the bump spot right now, Tom Blinko. Thomas out of Kentucky, the gorgeous Candy Apple Red 63 Corvette. Best run, a 7:05. His other run, a highly trouble-plagued 15-second lap. Pittman, if you were with us earlier today, came off, absolutely annihilated the tires on the starting line. But he's already in the show number 8 with a 660 lap yesterday afternoon. .728, 187, no improvement by Blinko. 661, 214. Pittman returns back to his number 8 qualifying form. He was 660 yesterday. Slows up here by exactly 1/100th of a second. Slows up in speed by 0.3 of a mile an hour. Beck race car, I think, might be ready to go. Here's Andy Horn and Jerry Albert. Or as I've been alluding to all day long, Uncle Albert. You know, like in We're So Sorry, Uncle Albert. You got to be old like me and a Beatles fan to understand that. Andy Horn, left side, the runner out of Delaware, Ohio. And yes, I know there are people out there that are much younger than me that like the Beatles. They do transcend a few generations. Horn in the number 10 spot with a 663. Jerry Albert at a 688. His best lap for the reigning Division 3. Brodix Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category. Jerry's got issues on the brakes long before he gets there. 669, 202 for Andy Horn. Jerry's better half will head down the other end of the racetrack and go, well, what do we got to fix tonight? Because that wasn't looking good. Chris Ray coming up. Jimmy Fallon. Fallon's Corvette not in the show. Here we go. This could be shuffles things around a little bit. Still say we need to get Jimmy Fallon to a race or get Jimmy Fallon on the Jimmy Fallon TV show, one of the two. What do you think, boss? So Fallon not in the show, looks up on the scoreboard, sees that 7:05 and goes, would like to be part of the quickest ever field in the history of top sportsman racing. We got a chance to do it. Need to get Jimmy in and staged. So Jimmy Fallon in, the Corvette left side. Chris Ray over on the right side, already in the program, number 15. 692, 198 by Jimmy on just a pretty smooth lap down the racetrack. 6:69 by Chris Ray, no improvement. Fallon's lap, good enough to put him in the number 27 spot. So he goes into the show. The bump now becomes Bob Mandel's 7:04. And we'll wait to see Bob in a little bit. Rodney Benson and Scott Haas roll in now. Here's another runner not in the show. The bump now down to a 7:04. We are 3 cars away from an all 6-second field. Scotty Haas in the show. Runner out of Stillman Valley, Illinois. 53 Corvette hardtop over there in the left lane. Rodney Benson. This is the Chevrolet-powered Ford Mustang. He's not in. You want in? 7:04 better, son. Last shot. That didn't do it. She got up and got after it quick and then tailed off. 690, 197. Scotty Haas will improve from that number 26 qualifying spot. So we'll be on hold here for a moment while we go check out the 70 Mustang. Help him get off the racetrack down there. Car came off the line and just, kind of instantly hiccuped about 12, 14 feet off the line. At that point in time, Rodney knew it was over and just kind of coasted off to the side. Something obviously askew underneath the hood or underneath the body of that Mustang. So we'll send the gang down. We'll hook him up, tow him off the other end of the racetrack, and be back. Tony Fignelli and Chris Derr just getting ready to come up next. Do want to remind everybody, non-denominational chapel services tomorrow, 7:15. Tomorrow morning in the grandstand and 9 o'clock up in the amphitheater. 7:15 in the morning in the grandstands, 9 a.m. in the amphitheater. Racers for Christ, non-denominational chapel service. Love to see you there. We will get started tomorrow morning around at 8 a.m. Continuing on with round 2 of eliminations for some of our categories. The top dragster, top sportsman, comp eliminator cars taken to the track approximately 10:30-ish tomorrow morning. I'll call dragster, I'll call funny car. Round 1 of eliminations. Do believe normally scheduled for around noon. Certainly like to see everybody back in the house for a great day of racing as we wrap up the 2015 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Championship Chase here in Division 3 tomorrow afternoon. And the word comes that Rodney Benson's Mustang going to require a little bit of mechanical assistance via the rollback, as we have something broke in the drive line. Not going to be able to roll the car off the other end of the racetrack. So we're sending the rollback up from the other end, and we'll get them hooked up, loaded up, going on down the racetrack.
Get the high performance you're looking for at a price you won't believe from Jegs High Performance. Free shipping makes it easy. Dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. Tire covers, logbooks, parts, and more parts. 100% guaranteed with free shipping. The place for performance, Jegs. Street, strip, truck, or off-road, Mickey Thompson makes tires and wheels for all your high-performance needs. And the best thing about owning a set is that when you do, you become a part of the Mickey Thompson legend, and that's an honor. Check out all of our tires and wheels at www.mickeythompsontires.com. With our new Buy Now feature, you can shop online, compare tire and wheel prices from top performance dealers, and quickly get them to your doorstep with just a few simple clicks. Mickey Thompson, be a part of the legend. K&N now brings you an extreme duty oil filter, and the same engineering that goes into the world's best air filter has developed a premium oil filter that features a 1-inch nut on the bottom of the can for easier installation and removal. This high-flow oil filter protects some of the most expensive racing engines in the world. Shouldn't it be protecting yours? K&N oil filters are available at all automotive retailers. Find out more online at knfilters.com. Sunoco race fuels are refined to meet every racer's needs. Consistent quality means reliability for all motorsports applications. For more information on Sunoco's complete line of quality racing gasolines or to locate a dealer near you, check out their fuel finder at racegas.com or call 1-800-RACEGAS.
Get a little assistance from the rollback down there to get Mr. Benson's Mustang off of the racetrack. Something obviously breaking and locking up there in the powertrain, so we'll have to take a little bit of technical assistance to get him loaded up, get him off the track. So we'll get Mr. Benson's Mustang taken care of, get back into our Brodix. Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category, final qualifying. Comp Eliminator will come up for their final session. We will also have first round of our Spitzer race cars. Indy Gear Shootout, our 4-car Eliminator show. Getting ready to come up at you with their first round of eliminations here shortly. Top Alcohol Dragster, Top Alcohol Funny Car going to make their final qualifying session. We'll then pick back up with round 1 of Super Gas, round 1 of Super Stock, finals in our Spitzer race cars, Indy Gear, Comp Shootout, and then to round out the evening, our round 1 of eliminations in Super Comp. We'll close out day number 2. Here at Beech Bend Raceway Park and set up final eliminations for Sunday. Here in Bowling Green, as we close out the 2015 race season. So lots of activity yet to go this afternoon and evening as we continue to work our way through eliminations and final qualifying. So we get Mr. Benson's Mustang taken care of. We will get right back into our racing action. I should say qualifying action, excuse me. So top end to clear off, and I do believe we've been ready to go one more time. Chris Nyurge is coming up. His Firebird over on the left side out of Ohio. Telling you, we get back online with the D3 TV, and all of a sudden, my phone's blowing up. Text messages left and right. Guys, I got other things to do besides reply to text. I got a race to announce. Just listen, I'll tell you shortly. Tony Fagnelli coming up, the Pontiac GXP. I mean, I like having friends and knowing a lot of people, but sheesh. I'm glad I'm on the unlimited text plan, let me tell you. About doggies. Yep, there's another one. At least I got a chuckle out of him. Oh, my. I am glad we're back up and running, though. Those of you that are online and listening, you might want to spread the word. I put it out there in a couple of places, but there have been a lot of people clamoring today for the D3 TV Connect. I'll send up smoke signals and raise the flag, whatever you got to do. Tony goes down. No improvement on his earlier 16. 788 by Chris. Urges gets down the racetrack. That's 688 lap. So Nyurge is down to the number 20 spot. His best lap of the weekend. 7:02, 7 flat. Only 2 cars we got left in the 7-second zone. Jeff Sexton and Shane Cowan. Casey Spradlin, 699, the only other run separating us from the quickest ever field in Top Sportsman. I don't think we've ever set the quickest in both at the same race. I'd have to go back and check stats. I don't believe it's happened, though. Billy Thoman up. Dylan Stott up. Both of these drivers in. Both of them top 10 qualifiers so far. Corvette at Thoman, 678, 203, 662. 208 miles an hour. Will remain at number 9. Dylan will remain at number 4. Vince Hoda rolls in. The gang out of Mississippi. The Dairy Queen bunch. Love having them at the races in the middle of the summertime because usually there's a dilly bar to be had. Yummers. Sunset Racing, power plant, 706 cubic inch. Combination for young Vince, Glenn Butcher. Right side, 69 Camaro for the runner out of Ohio. Here on the right-hand side. A pair of first-generation Camaro-bodied machines. 1,468 cubic inches between them. Now, see, there's something you couldn't do with with common. By the time they got back to the pits, the engine torn down, rebuilt, and ready to go for tomorrow's first round of elimination. Vince on the left side. Vince your right side. Both drivers in the show. Ooh, Vince, a little out of the groove. 684, 201 miles an hour. Still his best run of the weekend. 646 by Butcher. Butcher's 46. Walks up to the number 3 spot. Vince picks up a spot as well. Moves from 23 to 22. We're tightening things up. Tightening? Making things a little tighter. There we go. Proper English. The field's getting tougher. Let's just put it that way. Here's Jeff Sexton and Marco Abruzzi, the transmission builder. Jeff Sexton up. His Chevrolet Cavalier entry. Another one of the runners coming down from the Buckeye State. .204 by Abruzzi. His best lap. 687, 201 by Sexton. Hey, you know what? We just got rid of one of our 7-second cars. We are now 2 cars away from the quickest. No, we're not. I stand corrected. We got a few more to go, but we are only 1 car away from an all 6-second field. And that in and of itself, pretty tough to do. Robert Irby up, his Corvette left side out of Collierville, Tennessee. .632 cubic inch. Winner won it all down in Texas a few years ago. AAA Nationals. Eric Burnett, right side. You always wonder about a guy who's sponsored by Professional Marine Service and he's landlocked in Charleston, Indiana. Of course, they do have Marine Service on the rivers. I understand that. And it could be up on one of the Great Lakes. I understand that. It's just one of those things that makes you go, Bob Irby's Corvette on the left side, not in the show. Eric Burnett's turbo car here in the right lane, number 1. Spooling the turbos up, off like a rocket ship. 629, 227, 727. 188 miles an hour. The old song, 727, coming out of the sky. Oh, for Robert, that was the number. For Robert, that's not good enough. Burnett goes 29.4 at 227 miles an hour. Solidifies his lock on that number 1 qualifying effort. Don O'Neill comes up. Don not in the show. 709 his best. Glenn Julius here on the right side. JB noticing something on Don O'Neill's car. Scrambling real quick to get it fixed and taken care of. See if we can get him into the show. Glenn Julius and gang not in the show. Neither one of these cars in the program. Both of them looking down there at the scoreboards going 702. What? 705, 193 by Don, 697 by Glenn. And looky there, Glenn gets in. And we now have a all 6-second field in our top sportsman category. Casey Spradlin, 699, now the bump. Officially now getting closer, but not yet to an all-time record field. Comp Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Comp to the lanes, come on down. Competition Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator to the lanes, including our 4 Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear Shootout contestants. Shane Cowan there on the left side. Kenny Ellison right lane. Ellison's not in the show. His late model Chevy Camaro for the runner out at Moore, South Carolina. Shane Cowan not in the show. Wow. Ellison getting out of the groove, getting out of the throttle. 693, 196. Tightens the field up a little bit. 196 miles an hour, and he's in the show. Cowan goes into the number 29 spot. Ken Ellison won't be in. Jeff Wilkerson, 699, becomes the bump. The record quickest bump is a 692.7, and we're knocking on the door. We're not there yet, but we're knocking on the door. Mark McDonald's Mustang. This is the all-Ford version of the Mustang. Alongside Jeff Brooks, the Kaiser compressor. Henry J, 706 cubic inch combination. Both drivers in. Both drivers looking to see what they can do here. 689. No help by McDonald. 682. No help for Jeff Brooks. Jeff will stay 12. Mark will stay number 19, and we move on. Here's Casey Spradlin, 37 Chevy Coupe. Spradlin just got bumped out. He'd love to get right back in. Mark Pickens over here on the right-hand side. Mark has had 1 lap down the racetrack. Got shut off earlier today in today's first session. He's in at a 689 lap, but he'd love to get another lap down just to get ready for tomorrow. Feel confident about the Pontiac GTO going into elimination. So Casey Spradlin, they're on the left side, 699 up on the score. He's already run a 699. 699 quick enough to get in. Here comes the coupe. Here comes the coupe. 698, 191 miles an hour. Casey goes, you hear me knocking, and I'm coming in. Spradlin back in, he's down the bump. 698 too. Casey, good news, bad news. You're in. You're the bump. Like Casey Spradlin coming to a stop down there right towards the end of the racetrack. Got the quad out, giving him a little bit of help. Cheyenne Stanley, meanwhile, does the burnout there on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Ford Mustang loses fire. When he runs out, puts another quarter in. Still got to get sprattling off the top end with that 37 Chevy Coupe. So the good news for Casey on that run, he got back in. The bad news for Casey on that run was he's on the bump, and the other bad news for Casey on that run was he didn't get off the end of the racetrack. Comp Eliminator needs you lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you. Staging lanes, please. Come on down. Cheyenne Stanley, your number 6 qualifier left side, the Mustang. Out of Kentucky. Frederick out of Wisconsin. I wonder if Kurt is a Green Bay Packer cheesehead fan. I'll tell you one thing, he's had cheese curds in his life. Frederick goes through 680 at 205 miles an hour. No help there. 653. Cheyenne actually picks up a few high. Stanley able to move around Frederick. 653 moves him up to the number 6 spot. They effectively swap places. Jeff Wilkerson not in the show. Runner out of Alabama. Camaro up on the left side. Johnson wheels in his 55 Bel Air out of Cynthiana. He's in the show number 4. Yaha Wilkerson not in the show at all. He's number 33. Remember that 99 we saw on the scoreboards a while ago? He got bumped. Casey Spradlin, coming, 97 and 194. At 194 miles an hour, Lester motors through 644.8, his best run. He's now up to the number 3 spot. Jimmy Fallon's green Corvette now the bump at a 698.1. Jeff Wilkerson's 97.6 puts him number 31. Telling you. Bring your A game, boys, because if you haven't got it, you ain't going to get it. Bob Mandel cleaning out the nitrous line, balancing the pressure in the system. Another one of our runners not in the show. 632 cubic inch Profab belt. Race car over there from Mandel out of Tennessee. Best run in 04. 7.0s have been easily improved upon here in this session by virtually everybody. Tommy Turner, number 10 qualifier, Tommy. This Pontiac over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. So got 2 on the line, 1 in, 1 not. Woo, Oh, that's not going to get in either. 677.9. No improvement by Tommy. And Bob Mandel's Camaro. Down there about, 280 feet? Car goes poof. It was an instant weenie roast. If you're real quick, you could probably get some s'mores melted in there too. Not a good situation for Bob. He was sitting inside the car as it slowly coasts down the racetrack, uttering words like golly gee, son of a gun, shucky dern, gall darn it. So for Bob Mandel, it will be a D&Q. Did not make the show, did not qualify. Get him cleared off the top end of the racetrack. The over-the-wall gang out there and checking the racing surface, making sure we're good and clean. Warren says to me, he's probably thinking of a song out there, Blinded by the Light. Big flash of flame. Joe Mahana getting ready to come up, the runner out of Louisiana and the Mohana Furniture Company. Chop top, low riding, big motored Chevy Bel Air. And when I say big, I put emphasis on the big because it's only got an 811 cubic inch power plant. Only. Joe's in the show, number 17. Now, Joe would like to get off that number 17 spot. I just have a sneaking suspicion. I got a feeling. Because number 17 gets to run that number 1 qualifier, Eric Burnett's turbocharged car. It's been running down the racetrack in rapid fashion all weekend long. Burnett's number 1, Mick Snyder's number 2. We have not seen Mick Snyder's car at all today. So Joe Mahana will be the last car up. See if he can improve, get off that number 17 spot. If he wants to get into the top half of the field, he has to improve by 0.08 of a second. Or excuse me, 0.08 of a second. He's been 6.709. If he wants to be in the top half, he's got to go here in this session. I do believe it's a certainly doable deal. The bump's going to end up a 698.1. See where that puts us. It'll put us the 3rd quickest ever field in top sportsman history. And to toot the horn here in Division 3, the top 9 quickest fields are all here in Division 3. Joe improve on his 6.709. Boy, if that lap doesn't do it, I don't know what's going to. There you go, 668.5, 207 miles an hour. And that'll set our field for tomorrow. Joe be in the top half, picking his side of the racetrack. 698.1 becomes the bump, an all 6-second top sportsman field here this weekend, the 3rd quickest of all time. And I do believe it's time for a little alcohol. I know I'm not talking about a cold one. That'll come a little bit later. Coming up right behind Comp Eliminator. Got round one of the Spitzer race cars, Into Gear Shootout. Top Alcohol Funny Car, Top Alcohol Dragster to come at us. Then we'll pick back up with round one of Super Gas, round one of Super Stock Finals in our Spitzer race car, Into Gear Shootout, and conclude the evening. Round one of eliminations in Super Comp. Little track prep, little address, and Comp Eliminator getting ready to come out. Their final session. We will set the final run order for our 27 cars that have made an appearance here in Comp Eliminator. And of course, like I said, our first round of eliminations, the 4 qualifiers, the Spitzer race cars, Into Gear Shootout. Top 4 points earners over the last 6 races. Starting at this race last year, going through St. Louis a couple of weeks ago. Points earned in both qualifying and rounds of elimination. We'll have our top 4 qualifiers coming out here in just a little bit for their runoff, the semifinals in the Spitzer race cars Into Gear Shootout. Troy Galbraith, your number 3 qualifier, B Dragster Automatic. Mouse motored Chevrolet combination, rear engine dragster. Carburation up on top, automatic transmission. Number 3 on the qualifying sheet so far. Talking about earlier today, out of the 27 cars on the grounds, 10 of them are record holders. Mike Farrell's E-Supermod automatic entry, the Chevy now just looking to get a good lap out of this car. They've been struggling with it a little bit, yet to make a good representative run. The 888 index for the category, they haven't even gotten close to. Not picking on Mike or anything, but hey, just called it the way it is. Troy Galbraith in the show, 60 under the index. The index up on the scoreboard, a 738. They've been successful. Wheels off launch for Farrell out at the head, shuts it off. 849, 156 miles an hour for Mike Farrell, so he finally pulls an 8-second run out of the car to get it down track. Like to have had a little bit more than that. But the 849 4 at 156 will move him up a little bit on the sheet. They're at least now knowing and in possession of the fact that they're going the right direction. Brian Brown and Danny Holt coming at us. Brown, one of the record holders, record in the 3D Dragster category machine, V6. Over there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. .3-liter combination. The V8 minus 2-cylinder small block Chevrolet. Chevrolet used in, God gosh, mighty everything for a while. Best run, a 719. They're sitting number 8. Making a little bonus funding possible for a Leo Tower Cop Eliminator bonus fund here on the Division 3 track. .719.9, back-to-back 719 laps for Brian, 8:14. Danny Holt picks up a 10th of a second plus. And that move by Holt move him up to the number 19 spot now on the sheet at 45 under the index. Cop Eliminator, a very unique category. Just from the sheer difference and types of cars we have in the show. Seen the V6 Dragster of Brian Brown. Here comes the inline Ford 6-cylinder Dragster of Jenny Treadwell. Mark Lelchuk, another one of the V6 power plants for the header builder out of Forest Hill, California. Lelchuk taking a little time away from the heading on up to Indianapolis next weekend for the Granddaddy Mall, the U.S. Nationals, where the Cop Eliminator field will be large. Seems like it always is. Call goes out to fire them up. Top end's clear of any race cars. So you have 12 cylinders and 8 tires and wheels down here on the starting line. One a V6, one an inline 6. Again, thanks to everybody at Liberty Gears, RaySkillmanCars.com, Jack's Wax, Cone Racing, Butner Auto Sales, T&E Enterprises, Book Racing Enterprises for competition engines and carburetors, Cone Transmission, TL Smith Excavating, some of the sponsors trying to give us a little bonus, Jenny's car, losing fire out there, won't come back. Mark Lelchuk, I'll be honest with you, had the car running, shut it off so we could clear the top end. It's got a little bit more heat in the car than he'd like to have, just for the simple fact of having to sit and wait while Jenny's car gets backed up. So Lelchuk will be on a competition run by himself down the racetrack. His best run, a 7:49 here at Bowling Green. Did that earlier today. Put him in the number 22 spot. Shuts it off down there about 1,000 feet to an 8 flat run at 125 miles an hour. So Lelchuk will stay in the number 22 qualifying spot for now. Last pair of cars, we had 8 tires and wheels on the ground and 12 cylinders. This pair, we've got the exact same thing, only this time we got a 4-cylinder left lane and an 8-cylinder. Here on the right-hand side, there's 2 more Comp Eliminator cars getting ready to go down track. Camaro bodies a pair. Dave Billingsley getting her lined up. Son Jay getting him staged up. Greenheck out of Schofield, Wisconsin. Obviously, the V8's going to make a little more power than the 4-cylinder. 732, 185 by Greenheck. Runs 2,000s quicker than his best run so far. 874. Billingsley improves. Now 52 under the index. Sitting in the number 17 spot. Brown, Don Redditch. The B truck automatic, small block power plant. For the runners out of Ohio, gorgeous truck. Been around for a number of years, has won numerous races. Won it all at the Sports Nationals a year ago in the comp category. Been a winner down at the 4 Wide in Charlotte as well. Larry Pritchett, bride Eunice. Eunice just celebrated a birthday, I think about a week ago. Happy anniversary or happy birthday to Eunice. The small block A Super Mod entry of her hubby over here out of Clark Range, Tennessee. Larry number 10 or number 18 on the qualifying sheet. Rick's number 11 so far. Both drivers half a second under plus their index. '80, 787. Woo, hang on, top end. Rick Brown's truck getting away from him down there on the top end of the racetrack, coming across, hitting the right-hand wall. Quad runner already on its way, as well as the truck from the far end of the racetrack. As soon as we can get word from the top end on Rick, we will let you know. So for Rick Brown and Don Redditch and the gang, truck looked like it just got a little unsettled down there. Saw a little puff of smoke. And not a hard turn into the right wall, but a move towards the right wall. Appeared to have glanced it. Of course, we're trying to look through some tire smoke because the tires were scrubbing sideways going down the racetrack. And word from the far end of the racetrack, Rick is out of the truck. Rick is out of the truck and being administered to by the emergency crew down there, the obligatory checkout for the driver once they go in through any type of a situation down track. But the good news is Rick was able to get out of the truck under his own power and step aside and over to the ambulance. They will check him out top to bottom, stem to stern, side to side. And we'll work on getting the truck. And that is a very unfortunate situation because that is a gorgeous truck. and a hard running truck. Don't know if he brake locked up as he stepped off and got down into the shutdown area, what the situation might have been, and I'm not going to speculate. But there was a little puff of smoke, and the truck made the gradual right turn across the racetrack and into the wall. But again, the good news is Rick Brown out of the truck, doing okay at the other end of the racetrack. The ambulance crew taking him off to the side where they will check him out and make sure everything good to go. They'll get him away from the truck, allow the cleanup crew down there and the rollback to address the situation. But again, and always of utmost importance, Rick Brown, driver of the truck, out of the truck, under his own power, just being checked out by the emergency crew down at the other end of the racetrack. Taking an opportunity to watch it again on the TV feed from D3 TV. And again, looks like just a little puff of smoke. The truck made a little bit of a right-hand turn down there. Came across, glanced off the right-hand wall. So again, the good news from the far end of the racetrack, Rick is out of the truck and okay under his own power. Get him down for just a moment or two while we get the top end of the racetrack cleared of the truck. It'll take the rollback to get it off. Obviously, after coming into contact with the wall, they don't roll as well as they did prior to getting down there. It's a good run for the truck, straight and true down the racetrack. Went through 822 at 163 miles an hour. His best run put him at 55 under the index there in the number 11 spot, 787. So I would say we are probably, I'm not going to say that. Never mind. You can never tell the resolve of racers and being able to get things taken care of and repaired and back into operating condition for the next day. Obviously, we're not down at the far end of the racetrack. Can't see what type of damage was done to the truck. So we'll just wait and see what tomorrow brings for round one of eliminations. So again, the top end being taken care of. And the schedule for the rest of the evening. As we continue on, Comp Eliminator will finish up their qualifying. We will have round one of the Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear Shootout, our 4-car eliminator. Top Alcohol Funny Car, Top Alcohol Dragster will get their final qualifying sessions in. It'll be time for Super Gas round one, Super Stock round number one. Our Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear Shootout final round contestants. And our first round, I should say, of eliminations in Super Comp. All of that yet to go as we work our way through the conclusion of day number 2 here at Beech Bend Raceway Park.
Brown and Miller Racing Solutions is proud to be a contingency sponsor in the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag. Brown and Miller Racing Solutions is proud to be a contingency sponsor in the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Brown and Miller manufactures the lightest, most flexible hose and fitting solution for your race car. Racers worldwide use BMRS hose and fittings, including NHRA champions Antron Brown, Alan Johnson, Greg Anderson, and as well Larry Morgan and Hector Arana. Visit Brown and Miller on the web at bmrs.net or see one of their trackside reps at a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Brown and Miller Racing Solutions, #1 worldwide in hose and fittings.
MagnaFuel Products, the leader in racing fuel systems, provides the highest quality CNC machined fuel pumps and pressure regulators on the market today. MagnaFuel leads the industry with their ProStar, QuickStar, and ProTuner series products. Street to all-out race cars or anything in between, MagnaFuel has a system to meet your every need. MagnaFuel is always expanding our extensive line of products, so check out our new products online. MagnaFuel products have been fueling champions for 19 years. For professional quality at competitive pricing, choose MagnaFuel products. Visit us on the web at magnafuel.com. Keep your fuel moving forward with MagnaFuel. Born from 40 years of development and testing, Phoenix Race Tires are the choice of champions across the country. With more than 30 sizes and compounds to choose from, there's no better place to find the right slicks and front-runner tires for your car. For more information, check out dragracetires.com.
And the word comes just about done and taken care of down at the other end of the racetrack. We see the last of the equipment starting to roll off, so it'll be back to our Comp Eliminator final qualifying. Dick Maris and Ray Skillman been sitting here waiting patiently for their shot at the racetrack, and as soon as we get the official all clear from that end, we'll fire them up again on this end. All right, Dick Maris rolls in. C Dragster automatic up next on the left-hand lane. Dick's in the show. 710 the best out of the car, though, and I've seen that car run better than that in this kind of air. Ray Skillman, your number one qualifier, 758, 63 under the index with the Chevrolet-powered Ford Mustang-bodied B Econo altered. So number one qualifier right now up on the TS Performance side of the racetrack. Ray couldn't quite wait long enough for the tree to go green. Doesn't make any difference. Oh, shoots out early. Still goes 766 at 169. There's that 6-second run. Dick Maris steps it up 693. All the way up to the number 6 spot now. At 59 under the index. Skillman hangs on to that number 1 spot. Dick will take everybody between number 6 and 23 and shuffle them back 1 on the sheet. And Jason Cohn rolls in alongside Glenn Treadwell. What do we have? A couple of pairs of 8 tires on the ground and 12 cylinders on the starting line. How about 8 tires on the ground and 10 cylinders down on the starting line? A couple of cars that sound like a mad hornet's nest chasing after you on the line. Jason Cohn, one of the sponsors here in the Cohn transmission comp eliminator bonus fund. 4-cylinder 32 Bantam machine, 4-cylinder Chevrolet at 190 cubic inches. Glenn Treadwell's J Dragster automatic, another one of the late model Chevy Trailblazers. GMC Endeavor, I think they used it in about 6 different models. But all aluminum power plant, very stout on the inside. Take comp eliminator racing to the inside of an engine. Go, wow. We can punish that puppy. Treadwell coasts across 826 at 120, 806. Jason steps up to the number 1 spot. Bumps Ray Skillman back to number 2. Jason now at 66 under the index and takes over the number 1 qualifying effort here this weekend. Treadwell shuts it off. He'll be number 11. As Jason finds enough out there to improve that little Bantam up to the number 1 position. Steve Rosen rolls in, another one of the 6-cylinder Chevy Trailblazer motors. Jeremy Bailey, hey, let's get back to a big block combination. How about it? 456 cubic inch. Steve Schmidt belt. Big block for Jeremy Bailey. B Dragster automatic there on the left side. Steven Rosen, runner out of Louisiana over here on the right-hand side. Nice lap. Going good, 689, 195, best run for Bailey. 810, 163, best run for Rosen. Jeremy at 48 under. Moves up to 20, Steven Rosen. Now at 31 under. Everybody's in and under. Yep. Except for young Brian Simonek. Speaking of young Brian, here he is. Computer tech out of Toledo, Ohio. 150 cubic inch, 4-cylinder Honda. Over here in the F Dragster automatic. Jimmy Kimbrough up alongside 4-cylinder Honda. Working its way down track now. Can he go quicker than an 867? 882 at 147 miles an hour. They're getting there. 698, 190 by Kimbrough. Couple of back-to-back 698 laps for the runner out of Florida. John Freck rolls in, and Van Puckett. John Freck, another one of the 4-cylinder cars in competition here this weekend. I'm telling you, we got a bunch of them. 4-cylinder Honda, Pontiac, Chevrolet. This is Clinton F's Ford-powered machine. This is Frankie Aragone's Chrysler-powered machine. Spit it out here in a minute. Kind of like Mom taking roll call. 807 at 150 miles an hour for Freck. 863 shutting it off for Van Puckett. 127 miles an hour. So Van will stay in the number 4 spot. John, your number 17 qualifier. Again, 27 cars so far down the racetrack. Craig Bourgeois and David Rampy rolling in. Bourgeois sits number 7. David Rampy sitting number 13. I'll guarantee you both of these drivers studied the ladder for a 27-car field. And it pretty much determined where they would like to qualify. Now we'll find out what that final step is and how good they are in doing it. Obviously, in a 27-car field, you're going to have a few bye runs throughout eliminations. Round 1, the bye run goes to the low qualified machine. After that, it works its way, it filters its way through the field. So if you're not going to be a number 1 qualifier, you like to try to position yourself on the ladder where you can have a bye run late in eliminations. Because let me tell you, it helps. David Rampy didn't get to be number 1 in the world last year by not being able to understand and work it. Craig Bourgeois beat Nostalgia Dragster in the left lane. Another where he needs to be, hopefully. 695 the best for Bourgeois. 699 here. 723. Rampy wanted to pick up some. He did. Moves himself up to the number 9 spot. So when we see the ladder tomorrow, we'll see if that put Rampy where he wanted to be or if he missed it by that much. 58 under the index. It's a pretty tight neighborhood right there. Ambrose is in at 58 under. Bourgeois is 59 under. Rampy's at 58.2 under. Brian Browse at 56.9 under the index. Jason Cohen with that great 8:06 lap. 100th quicker than the national record in the category. Jump up to 66 under the index and take that number 1 spot away. Chad Vogus out of St. Peter's, Mo. The engine building. We call Top Alcohol Funny Car back to the lanes, please. Top Alcohol Funny Car. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Top Alcohol Funny Car. Need you to the staging lanes. Come on, come all, come each and every one of you. So final car in comp until we get to our 4 semifinalists in our Spitzer race cars. Indy Gear Comp Shootout. Bogus, another one of the 4-cylinder power plants here this weekend. 765, 158 miles an hour. Greg Camplain and Todd France. First pair of our Spitzer race cars, Indy Gear Shootout. Super mod machine of France, Greg Camplain's B Econo or Dragster. Now, these 4 drivers have accumulated the most points since this race last year on the 6 races that have been held here in Division 3. Here at Bowling Green last year, they started earning points in qualifying and elimination. Continued on at Norwalk, Indy, Columbus, St. Louis. And Joliet. Knew there was one more. Had to turn to Warren and go, hey, this cobweb's off your head too. So they have accumulated points over 6 races, both in qualifying and in elimination, to become a contender for the Spitzer race cars, Indy Gear Shootout. Todd France, Greg Camplain. This is a round of elimination in the shootout. 4 cars shootout. Here comes Camplain. A little bit better out of the gate. Greg stretching the dragster out top end, gets him. 688, 170 miles an hour, and 835 lap by Todd. Todd's going to look at that time slip and go, wow, was I that late on the tree? I mean, I'll guarantee you he knows he was a little late. He was a lot later than he wanted to be. Well, trust me. Robert Bailey's A Econo Dragster, another Chevrolet powered entry. Taking on the lone Ford and the number 1 points earner over those last 6 races, Steve Ambrose. For Steve Ambrose, Bob Hutman, a 300 cubic inch inline 6-cylinder Ford power plant out of Varsity Ford. A rock solid block. 7 main bearings. I mean, just solid as the Rock of Gibraltar. UPS, FedEx used them in every truck they had for years. A one-of-a-kind cylinder head machined out of aluminum by Alan Johnson on top of that 6-cylinder. This is where engineering and ingenuity come into play and comp eliminate. Make it work. Ambrose off like a rocket ship. Here comes Robert Bailey closing. Got him. 659, 199, 770 for Steve Ambrose. Coming up a little bit short. Robert able to snatch a little bit better light Goes 6:59.2. Knocking on the record, 199 miles an hour down at the other end. So it'll be the two dragsters coming back for the finals of the Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear Shootout with Robert Bailey and Greg Camplain duking it out for the money, the check, the bragging rights, and oh yeah, that cold, hard art unique trophy. Top alcohol funny card, top alcohol dragster. Need you to the lanes, please. Top alcohol funny card, top alcohol dragster. Need you to the lanes. Super gas. Your first call for round number 1. Need you to the lanes as well. Super gas to the staging lanes, please. Top alcohol funny cars going to lead us off in our final alcohol qualifying session. 9 cars answering the bell earlier today. Round number 1 of qualifying. Right now, Ray Drew, the lone car not in the show, but I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you up front, Rob Feister's not sitting over here on the right-hand side, the champion Chevrolet Buick machine, going, I'm in the show, I'm in the show, I'm in the show. Because they know right now their number, the 1053 up on the scoreboard, a very precarious number. Rob Feister, the runner out of Crestwood, Kentucky, the hometown runner. Wheeling and dealing that champion Chevrolet Buick machine. Mike Little and the rest of the gang brought him out earlier today for a 1053 leisurely 67-mile-an-hour cruise down the quarter mile here at Beech Bend. Obviously, that is not a number that they're going to rely on to hold them into this funny car show. Feister doing his burnout, dropping the body now on the Camaro. All right, let's see what we can do. In 3 is run. Nowhere near what the car's capable of. Chris Foster leading the pack, 564. Well, hello. 586, 219 miles an hour, and the parachute was out early. You can see it blossoming before he got to the finish line cones. Feister being a little feisty, stepping up, laying down a number, saying, okay, kids, I'm here to play. Yaha. Works for him. Look, the guys are already on the phone going, we're in. I do believe that 586 is not going to go anywhere. Except in the round 1 of eliminations, that is. All right. Ray Drew just got bumped. Or he was bumped. Wayne Butler, just got bumped. It's 644. Had him in. And speaking of Wayne Butler and Ray Drew, here's the next pair. Mustangs apiece. Trying to get Wayne Butler to back up into his groove. Tire tracks he just put down. Butler with a new Mustang body on, replacing his forever present Firebird body for the runner out of Forest City, Illinois. During the week, you'll find Wayne at the wheel of the heavy construction equipment he operates. On the weekend, takes a little bit of a breather from the heavy loads, slow loads. Steps up his pace a little bit. Mustang over here on the right side. That's 644 you see on the scoreboard, his number. Ray Drew, meanwhile, out of Wisconsin. Mustang in the left lane, not in the show. Another shutoff run in the opening segment. Wow, neither driver won to left. I'm telling you what, that was the Bowling Green Chamber of Commerce tourist route down both sides of this racetrack. Ray Drew gets in, 592. Wayne Butler's on the bump. 616 now. And neither driver using the really sticky portion of the lanes here at Bowling Green. Ray Drew all over the Budweiser lane there on the left-hand side. Wayne Butler using every portion of the TS Performance lane over here on the right-hand side. But down track they went, neither driver saying give, 238, 239 miles an hour respectively for Wayne and Raymond. Right now that puts them in. Now, Steve Franke just got bumped out. He won 642 earlier today. His Camaro-bodied entry getting ready to come up next. So Wayne Butler's got to know that 616 isn't safe. Mark Rogers already in with a better 589 than Ray Drew or Wayne Butler, so he's on the sheet. He'll stay there. He'll be in the show. Rob Feister's 586, got him knocked in that number 5 spot for now. Mark Rogers. That's Steve Frankie over here on the right-hand side. So Mark Rogers is in. He's right now just looking for position to be a top half qualifier. One of the quick four. You've got to go 577.3 or better to get around Todd Robertson. Steve Frankie just wants to go better than the 616 to get in. Because everybody else that can run, that can bump him out after that, has already run. Frankie out of Indianapolis. The Camaro over here on the right-hand side. Frankie Motorsports. Brad Anderson combination. 642 in the opening round and 215. Mark Rogers, 589. 240 miles around the opening set. 585, 240 miles an hour for Mark Rogers. That's an improvement by 0.04 of a second. He'll move Rob Feister down to number 6. Moves him around him by 100th of a second to take the number 5 spot. Steve Frankie, 745, 162 miles an hour. Steve, when he did his burnout, I've got to be honest with you, kind of drifted to the right of the groove. When they backed him up, they put him right smack dab in the middle of the groove, but those were not the tracks that he laid down. So a bit against himself coming off the starting line. Tried to feather it, tried to get it down the racetrack, but not today, not here at Bowling Green. And there'll be another race next weekend in Indiana. So the field we know is set. We know that Chris Foster, Andy Bowl, Paul Noakes, Todd Robertson, Mark Rogers, Rob Feister, Raymond Drew, and Wayne Butler are going to be the 8 cars in the show for round 1 tomorrow. The only thing we have yet to figure out is who is going to run whom in that round 1 of eliminations. Todd Robertson bringing the Eaton, Aeroquip, top 5 finishing car to life there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Chevrolet Monte Carlo bodied entry there in the left lane, and another one of the new Mustang bodies over here on the right-hand side for Noakes. Paul coming down from London, Ontario, Canada. They tried to get the body to latch. Cars come to life. The runner out of Fleet Brake, Meritor and Euclid. A problem with the body latch. So Robertson, who's already done his burnout. Noakes is going to be on a short leash. It'll be a short burnout. Kind of like that. Back it up now and get ready to take on Todd Robertson. Now we don't. Like I said, we know the players. We just don't know where they're going to end up in qualifying. Noakes right now is number 3 qualifier. Todd Robertson, your number 4 qualifier in the session. Paul Noakes sitting number 3 with a 574 earlier. Todd Robertson number 4 with a 577. Anybody got anything for that Chris Foster crew? Can they run quicker than a 564? Can they take that number 1 spot away? Well, as they say down south, we're fixing to find out. Noakes just a little wiggle at the 300-foot mark, steers it back in, goes 570. 255 for Robertson. The car getting into a little tire shake, drifted to the left, basically out of the groove before they got to the 300-foot mark. Noakes will move up to the number 2 spot. Knocks Andy Bowl down to the number 3 spot. Todd Robertson will remain number 4. So like I said, we know who's going to play. We just don't know who is going to run whom. So a nice lap by Paul, and that included the wiggle. Going down the racetrack, they're about the 300-foot mark. Nice lap, 570, 255, puts him number 2 on the qualifying sheet. Andrew says, well, hey, if they can go 570, I can go 560. So the Hedman headers, Hedman Hustler car out of Caledonia, Wisconsin. Andrew Bowl at the wheel. Chris Foster sitting alongside. Foster at the wheel of the Mustang. Over on the left-hand side, the runner coming down from Iowa. They got a corn crop getting ready to harvest up there. Chris and John and the gang, 564, 252 miles an hour. Andy Bowl, Andrew Bowl over here on the right side. It's going to be number 1. Also hang on to it. Andrew gets number 1. And Foster steps up, 562. At 562 and 256. Solidifies his number 1 spot, and it wasn't a perfect run down the track by any stretch of the imagination. Andrew, over here on the right-hand side, the TS Performance lane came off the line. The car drifted to the right out of the groove. Wasn't a whole lot to do there except just get off the throttle and coast it on down track. So Andrew will remain number 3. Chris, qualifier here this weekend for our Alcohol Funny Car Show. Ashley Sanford, young driver out of Fullerton, California, at the wheel this weekend of the Lucas Oil. Colette DeCero, the car owner. This is effectively a rent-a-ride car. Had several drivers in it over the season. Ashley looking to make a name for herself out here. Like we said earlier, rumors abound. Ashley's competition lineage comes from drag racing, but on a much shorter track. 330-foot sand drag track out in SoCal. .544, 271 miles an hour. That'll move Ashley up and out of the, well, nope, I take that back. Stays in the number 6 spot. They do improve on that lap, but she will remain in the number 6 qualifying position. Again, Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on, come all. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes, please. Marty Thacker and Don Dolan getting ready to come at us. A pair of blown alcohol dragsters. Crew clears the top end. Ashley Sanford clears the top end. Marty Thacker and Don Nolan's car come to life. Said the announcer man after watching. Don Nolan just kind of rolled through the water box. Never did really get up on the tires. Did get them cleaned off. Didn't see a lot of smoke come out of them. I'm going to tell you up front, Don Nolan's car is either going to hook like a bandit, he's going to drive it like he stole it, or he's going to go up in smoke at the end of the throttle. I've seen both results after a burnout like that. Marty Thacker up on the left-hand side, your number 4 qualifier, 540 in qualifying earlier today. 576 for Don Nolan. Spraying the injector head with de-icer to make sure that the cool alcohol fuel going through the injector doesn't freeze up the butterflies, either shut or open as the case might be. Nolan's car down track, 558, 254, his best run. Told you he's either going to hook and he's going to drive it like he stole it, or he's going to go up in smoke. Marty Thacker goes 5:33. Goes from number 4 up to number 2 on the qualifying sheet with that lap in 66 miles an hour. So Thacker knocks Mia Tedesco back, Randy Meyer back. Jared Dreher stays up in that number 1 spot. Nice lap for Marty and the gang as the crew goes down to get him. Don Nolan's 5:58, a good lap down the racetrack. Stays him in the number 7 spot. Jeff Veal remains the bump, who it appears we are not going to see in this session, as his scheduled run would have been with Ashley Sanford. Ashley steps up. Don Nolan steps up. Marty Thacker steps up. Cooler evening air. Track tightening up as the sun definitely off in the west now. The sun setting behind the clouds. Randy Meyer doing a very short burnout. Gentleman based out of Spring Hill, Kansas, up on the south side of Kansas City. Brandon Boer out of Urbana, Illinois. They're just outside Chicago. Spitzer chassis car for Brandon coming off the win over in St. Louis 3 weeks ago. Randy, number 4 on the qualifying sheet, 5:35. We're going to see our first 5:20. Could at either one of these cars. Brandon with the blown alcohol combination. Yeah, about a 5:21 at 274 miles an hour. I'd say we see a 5:20. We dang near saw a 5:10. 5.214. Randy Meyer, 274.89. Knocking on that 275 mile an hour door. Brandon Boer, nice lap as well. 5:37. 268.97 his speed at the other end of the racetrack. Randy up to the number 1 spot. Brandon into the number 5 spot. Jared Dreher getting bumped back to number 2. Mia getting bumped back to number 4. But guess who comes up next? Yeah, Jared Dreher and Mia Tedesco. Nice lap for Randy Meyer's team as they go down to collect their driver. 5:21.4. 274. That tells me we got good air out there. It tells me we got a good racetrack. Now, my question is, what is Mia going to run? Dave Arata's got to be down there licking his chops, seeing that 5:21 come up on the scoreboard. Doggies. Yep, coming up in the lane that Randy Meyer just went down at a 5:21 pace. Guys making their way down to the end of the racetrack to retrieve their drivers. Respectively, Randy Meyer and Brandon Boer. Mia Tedesco, Jared Dreher getting set up, staged up, paired up, ready to fire up here on this end. Crews looking at one another going, you ready? Okay, we're ready. All right, if you're ready, we're ready. Bring it on. Speaking of bringing it on, how about Super Gas? Super Gas, we need you to bring it on. Staging lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to bring it on. Staging lanes, come on down. Well, there's Jared and there's Mia. Now the question is, who's going to be number one? Who's going to be number two? Who's going to be number three? Because right now, Mia's number 4. And looking at all the runs that have gone down so far, I expect her to improve. Jared Rare's number 2 already. He could certainly step up and be number 1. Randy Meyer already is number 1. Mia, Dave Arata calling the shots. Interesting scoop that they have on that car. It is very tall, catching a lot of very clean air and really giving it a ram effect going into that injected nitro car. Much different intake situation than what Jared Dreher's got over here on the TS Performance side of the racetrack. .528, 269 miles an hour by Jared. Mia at the head of the throttle. The car jumped up on the tires, and she didn't go anywhere. 1896 for Mia. Randy sitting number 1. Jared jumps up to number 2. Marty Thacker into the number 3 spot with his 5:33 lap. Mia will stay number 4. So that's your quick half of the field. Brandon Boer number 5. Ashley Sanford number 6. Don Nolan 7. And Jeff Veal, who we did not see that session, will be your number 8 qualifiers. We'll put a wrap on our top alcohol funny car and our top alcohol dragster qualified. Super Gas round number 1 getting ready to come at us. Super Stock will follow. We will have our finals of the Spitzer race car. Indy Gear comp shootout between Greg Camplain and Robert Bailey. And then we'll end up the evening with round number 1 of eliminations in Super Comp. So a lot still going on this evening. Kick back, relax, take it all in with us. We get ready to continue on. .990 cars getting ready to come up and go at us. Warren's going to step back in and call a .990 first round of eliminations for you. I'm going to go see if I can find some medicine for my throat. Time to gargle.
I like the way you think, Bob. Like you said, it's not Listerine. You're not going to spit it out, right? Yep, 990 cars, Super Gas, lined up over here to the north side of the tower, getting set to pull around and take a look at the scoreboard. Round number 1 of eliminations for the Super Gassers coming up. So lights coming on here at the track, and they'll be fully illuminated in just a few minutes. And that's a reminder to you competitors out there. Got to have a working tail light on your race car. Make sure that you've got them on there and turned on so we can see you from the tower. Our safety crew can see all the way down the track. Make sure you got those operational tail lights on your race ride. All right, your first pair getting set to pull in the water box right now. The 64 Chevy 2, left side Budweiser lane, Jeremy Shell out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. He'll pull up, aim it down the left side. Over here on the right side, it's Jeremy Jensen out of Clarkville, Tennessee. That split window 63 Corvette. So the object is pretty simple. Your number's already predetermined. It's on the board down there. It's a 990. Both sides are going to see 3 amber lights flash, and then 4/10 of a second later, the green light will come on. Name of the game is hit the tree, run the number, don't break out. Pretty simple, right? You just do that about 7 times in a row and take the Wally home at the end of the weekend. Well, Clean moves ahead down track. Jeremy and Jeremy side by side. And your winner is going to be Jeremy Shell. He broke out by less. 987, 142 is better than the 986 for Jeremy Jensen. So Jeremy Shell advances to round 2. Steve Theodore pulls up next. The 63 Corvette Roadster out of Columbus, Ohio. He owns and operates McLaughlin Oil and Fast Lube. Our winner, Carl Watts, Alabama. Down track they go. Watts says, good night, Steve. 004 on the tree, 997. Had some room to work. Steve Theodore closer, 994 at 153, but nowhere close on the tree. He pays the price at the big end. Coming up next, Kenny LaFollette out of Sarasville, Ohio. The LaFollette's Machine Shop Mustang. Next to Edmund Richardson. You might have heard of that guy before. Greenbrier, Tennessee. He says he's dad, and he is dad to a whole bunch of those Racing Richardson boys. 69 Camaro Roadster. So not sure what happened there. I didn't look up. The Mustang did not move 1 inch when the green light came on. Edmund Richardson gets the win. 10-15 at 135. He drew it far enough to know what his number is going to be for round number 2. Kenny LaFollette coasts on through to a 17-second lap. James Gibbs waits in the water box right now. The 73 Dodge Colt out of Monrovia, Indiana. Alongside the 1996 Cutlass of Jonathan Smitty. He's from Boonville, Indiana. Again, the name of the game, hit that 990 mark down there at the big end. So backing up right now, out of the beams. And our starter out there sees a little bit of fluid out there in front of the race car. Now they'll pull up. Smitty right side, Gibbs left side. The Dodge and the Oldsmobile. Gibbs yanks him high, drops it down. He is way down track. Here comes that Cutlass trying to gather him up. Finish line. The car for Gibbs is way under 978 at 135. Too much wind stripe by a ton. 10:02 for your winner. Smitty over here, right-hand side. W.T. Shane out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. The Chevelle SS. You'd call it an SS 396, but it's an SS 540. Alongside Kenny Thread out of Springfield, Tennessee. He is a contractor. Be decided at the finish line. Win light for Kenny Threat. They both go 9.94. Threat puts together the better package. Reaction time proves to be the winner there. Kenny Threat goes on. Steve Collier pulls up now. The 72 Vega out of Benton, Louisiana. Carrying that big number 9 on the side after his number 9 finish in the world last year. Jason Lynch. Racing Jason out of Pleasant View, Tennessee for Cars Protection Plus. He'll stage it up right-hand lane. Lynch and Collier. Lynch for the win, 991 at 169. Collier was behind all the way down, never could catch him. Too quick, 988 for the Vega. Tim Millwood, Columbus, Indiana. He'll pull up in his 83 Dodge Challenger with Dodge power under the hood. The Columbus, Indiana runner pairs up alongside Holden Larice out of Raceland, Louisiana. He's an 18-year-old student, part of the Larice Racing operation. 007 too quick. The red eye on over here right side. Automatic win for Tim Millwood. He'll drive it out the back door to a 988.9 at 134. Larice says, I'm done with this. 979 at 171. Jim Unum, Anna, Ohio. The JMK Motorsports Chevy 2. Pulls up Budweiser lane left side. Steve Whitlow, TS Performance lane right side out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. And that is a Mustang Roadster over here right side. So Whitlow and Unum headed down track. Big N says it is Unum for the win. He's over by 2. Whitlow under by 2. 992 at 145 for Unum. 988 and out over here right side. Doug Croft pulls up now. So Doug Croft off and running alongside the Corvette. Finish line says it is Doug Croft for the win. 993 at 145. Right side 993 as well. Just a touch better. 68 10,000ths at the stripe. Left side. Nathan Vrooman. Jeff Jensen comes up now. Vrooman out of Wabash, Indiana. Driving the Beretta. Jeff Jensen, Clarksville, Tennessee, the 63 Corvette Roadster. One of the drivers is dead late. And that Jeff Jensen gets the win, takes advantage of the late start there for Vrooman. 990 with a 7 for your winner. Gary Rogers, Tom Joseph come up now. Rogers out of Tipton, Indiana, the Chevelle. Tom Joseph from Greenville, South Carolina. Red line start for Gary Rogers. Automatic win for Tom Joseph. 987 at 164. Good enough. He already had the win. 996 and done for Gary Rogers. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. We need the left-hand side of the ladder and the 3 designated pairs for super stock. Once again, the left side of the ladder and the 3 designated pairs for super stock eliminator to the lanes, please. Here's Francis Ross out of Milford, New Hampshire. The Camaro Roadster alongside Scott Hessler out of Columbus, Ohio. Roadster hardtop. And the red light start for Scott Hessler way early at the start. Francis Ross moves on to the next round. Francis Ross, 992 at 166 for the win. Scott Hessler, red light, tosses away a dead on 990 with a 4. So some action moving there pretty quick. They were checking out Luke Bogacki's car before he pulled into the water box. Cool Hand Luke. You see the screw to his nickname. The runner out of Carterville, Illinois, professional drag racer for RacingRVs.com, 63 Corvette, alongside Robert Goodrich. Bob Goodrich out of Greenwood, Indiana, the 93 Mustang. Once again, we need the 3 designated pairs and the left side of the ladder in super stock. We need you to the lanes. 3 designated pair and the left side of the ladder for super stock. We need you to the staging lanes, please. So Bogacki being pushed back. That is not a good sign. In fact, is done here in super gas. Tough break for Cool Hand Luke. Goodrich, 994 at 139. Bogacki done here in round 1. And you can see it there, a little fluid out of the Corvette. They're getting it mopped up out there. We'll be back to action in just a minute with Kevin Brannon and Jacob Elrod. Once again, we need the 3 designated pairs and the left-hand side of the ladder in super stock to the lanes. The 3 designated pair and the left side of the ladder in super stock to the lanes. And so for all of you folks hanging in there and watching us on D3 TV, you'd think I'd be able to say it. If you're watching on D3 TV, welcome. Thank you. Happy to have you on board. We had some troubles earlier today getting our stream to go, but we appreciate your patience as we worked around those troubles, and now we're able to provide you with a feed. And I'd also like to thank JB and Tori and Don O'Neill and all the gang from dragstersforsale.com as they're helping us out a little bit this weekend, and you'll see their logo on the right-hand side of the timing screen that's down in the lower right-hand corner of your D3 TV feed. And for the action that we missed earlier today as part of the live stream, I want to let you know that that will be uploaded as soon as we have the opportunity to do that. Can't guarantee it'll be tonight, but it'll be shortly after the event is complete, worst case. So a little drag and sweep here of the starting line. And that should bring everything right back into shape here. As I understand, a little bit of fuel out of the car there for Luke Bogacki. Luke, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I haven't forgot about you. Need to catch up with you this weekend. Talk about our video project. Again, a reminder, competitors out there, we need the designated 3 pair and the left side of the ladder and super stock. We need you to the lanes, please. The 3 designated pair and the left side of the ladder and super stock to the lanes. Also, safety reminder, and I've seen several race cars go down the track, and a handful of them did not have a tail light, didn't have a working tail light, but that is a requirement. So make sure you've got a working tail light and that it is on. As soon as you cross the ready line and pull onto the track, keep it on until you have returned back to your pit area. All right, the Corvette over here, right side of the track. It's for sale, according to the hood scoop there. Jacob Elrod out of Lima, Ohio, for Sunoco, Mosier, and K&N. 92 Corvette Roadster. He'll pull up in the TS Performance lane. Alongside him, out of the Budweiser lane, that's Kevin Brannon, Boiling Springs, South Carolina, for Ivy Hutto Golf Carts. 68 Camaro Roadster. Again, back to the pro tree. You'll see the ambers flash and then the green light. Off they'll go. They do a lot of dialing of knobs and pushing the buttons in there to set those throttle stops. So you'll see it launch hard to get the best reaction time it can, and then it's probably going to stop for a second or two, and then the throttle's going to kick in again. That is by design. Brannon off and running. Elrod never left the start line. Not sure what happened there. 10:06 for Kevin Brannon. He is your winner, 134 for the speed. Elrod will lie along back. So Elrod done here in round number 1. Brannon moves on to round 2. It's Brian Richardson in the water box left side out of Woodburn, Indiana. The 34 Chevy Roadster for Ralph Motica. Teddy Barlow alongside. Runner out of Bowling Green, Kentucky for Quick Fuel Technology, the 2000 Camaro. Green lights appear at the starting line. Finish line's going to register. Win light for Teddy Barlow. 991 at 153. Richardson took the stripe, broke out by 1. 989 for the 63 Corvette Roadster alongside Tim Irwin out of Portland, Indiana. The R&D man for Mosier Engineering. 97 Lumina. Hoyt and Irwin side by side. Better light on the right side, but Win light on the left side on the double breakout. Hoyt goes 988.9. That's better than the 988.1 for Irwin. So the double breakout, Hoyt broke out less, moves on to round 2. Dwight Noose, Couts, Indiana. The 82 Dodge Rampage for Dwight and Judy, alongside Robert Mosier, Portland, Indiana. Pickups a pair. Finish line says it is Dwight Noose for the win. 994 at 144. He goes on to round 2 for Rob Mosier. 995 and done. Over here right side, Jason Dickens out of Springfield, Tennessee. That is a 78 Chevy Monza for Dickens Motorsports. Alongside Jesse Cerna out of El Paso, Texas. And on this lap, it looks like youth will be served as Jason Dickens for the win. 995 at 141. The quicker but losing 992 for Jesse Cerna. That race won up here on the starting line as the young man reacted to the light a little bit faster on the left side. Freddie Martin out Ashland City, Tennessee. For Freddie Martin Racing, another Monza alongside Tommy Phillips, Forney, Texas. At the stripe, it's Tommy Phillips taking the win. 998 at 152, taking out the 999 for Freddie Martin. Attention out there in the pit area. We have a racer in need. Rick Brown over here in the S10 pickup truck. He's going to try to make some repairs and get back out here, but he is in need of a 15-inch front runner tire. If you can help him out. A 15-inch front runner. Rick Brown is in need. If you've got a spare and you can help him. Paulding, Ohio, alongside Bill Riddle out of Brighton, Michigan. Ohio left side, Michigan right side. Win light, right side for Bill Riddle. 10:09 at 137. Off pace there, 11:13 for Bowers at 96. Got to look up from the screen every once in a while, see what's going on. Jerry Vergadamo out of Metairie, Louisiana for Car Crushers Inc. 77 Vega. Alongside Carl Root, the runner out of Washington, Illinois. Hair Racing Products Chevy 2. If you can help him out, we would appreciate it. Win light for Carl Root, 990 with a 6. That was the number he was looking for. Root goes on. Vergadamo is done. Ryan Hart, Cordova, Tennessee. He'll line up in the 67 Camaro Roadster alongside Joe Harper out of Florence, Mississippi. Harper for Joe Harper Racing, the Avenger. Guy with the red line start. Ryan Hart gets the win. Hart 992 at 149. He'll have it dialed in for round 2. 988 and done for Joe Harper at 159. One more time. Rick Brown in need of a 15-inch front runner tire. If you can help him out, he's in the comp pits over here on the oval, I believe, and he could use your help. Here's Morris Yates, the 61 Corvette out of Corydon, Kentucky. He is a truck driver by trade alongside the technician Ray Connolly, Dave's dad, driving the Corvette for Dart. The 63 Roadster Roadster of Connolly, the 61 Roadster of Yates. Win light says Connolly. Connolly had a terrible light, but not as bad as the other guy. 998 at 152. Connolly goes on to the next round. Yates 997 and done. Jamie Southards, Grover, North Carolina for RacerTees.com. That is a 67 Corvette Roadster. He pairs up alongside George Warren out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Blair Patrick Racing Engine 68 Mustang. Again, got to have them taillights. Got to have them turned on. Ford Chevy. Down track they go. Finish line, brake lights and wind lights for Jamie Souther. 992 at 155. Kicked him loose 400, 986. Over here left side, and that's it. Don O'Neill, Evansville, Indiana. Starting line. Paul Richardson alongside Justin Mosier. Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana. Mosier out of Portland, Indiana. Richardson, the P&R Express Firenzo. That's an Oldsmobile. That's a Corvette. $994 for your winner, Justin Mosier. 156 for the speed. Richardson takes a little stripe. 1 under 989 at 156. Tim Gillespie, Ray Miller. Your next pair. Gillespie, the 33 Ford. Miller, the 68 Camaro. Both of them with the breeze in their face. They're going topless. And for Ray Miller, my guess is he built this car out of red light, automatic win for Tim Gillespie. Gillespie will drive it out to a 993 at 149. Not sure if he deep staged or what happened there, but a red light start for Ray Miller. In super stock, left side of the ladder, and the first three designated pairs need to be in the lanes. Kenneth Sanders, St. Louis Mo, the Dodge pickup truck. That's a Dakota. Alongside Bethany Crick. Crick driving the Duster. Chrysler power under the hood. Young lady out of Nortonville, Kentucky. Crick trying to make up the ground. 995 at 141 for Bethany Crick. Sanders was late by Wheatfield. I think I heard that somewhere. 998 for Sanders. Dean, that's the GTO left side alongside Al Walker. Out of Lawrence. Trying to wheel his Trans Am into second round action here. Big N says it is Dean Mathauser taking the win. 994 at 146. Walker 6 off 996 at 133. Both ends of the package a little better there for Dean Mathauser. Super gassers continue to make their way around the bend. Just about out of them. We only had, what, 343 of them or something. No, that's not right. We've had a few. Oh, that's right. That's number 343. Back there. Yeah. And if you think something's crazy going on tonight, just look to the eastern sky at that full moon. That explains a whole bunch of stuff. And I'll say a personal hello to Scott Spees over there in the staging lanes. Don't know if Scott can hear me or is even listening to me. But Scott and I tag teamed it on the announce deck at Coles County for a while. Now he's a big-time operator with LODRS Racing. Takes care of their race cars and travels with them. And up here for the points meet, and then on to Indy they go. So good evening to you, Scott Spees. Tim Powell pulls up now in the water box, left side. The 85 Camaro out of Ty, Georgia. He'll be alongside David Hill. Murfreesboro, Tennessee for the Firebird. Again, 990, the magic number. Throttle stop racing coming at you. They'll launch hard, shut off, and go again. Just like that. Away they go. Powell and Hill. Tim and David. Tim for the win, 992 at 151. Gave up the stripe, broke him out. 989, 1 under there. Right side. Stephen Williams, Noblesville, Indiana. The true blue Maverick, but it's a Ford Probe. Alongside John Pelican out of Attica, New York. The Kirkshire Roadster. Small block Ford Power left side, big block Chevy Power right side. Jump up and away they go. Stephen Williams out front. He's way too quick. 4 under 986 at 141. Your winner, John Pelican, 992 at 150. He'll advance. Larry Rodell out of Evansville, Indiana, the little roadster left side for Bald Man Transmissions. Alongside Thomas Baker Jr., 57 vet out of Prim Springs, Tennessee. Ford Roadster, the Chevy Roadster, Thomas and Larry. Neither one of them wanted to get there. 10:09 for your winner, Larry Rodell at 126. Takes out the 10:19 at 149 for Baker. Jerry Duke, Jack Collier coming up now. The Duke Brothers Beretta left side out of Nashville, Tennessee. The Manpower Collier Racing That deal with the taillights is kind of important. You can't see it. 998 for the win for Jack Collier at 149. 10:03 and done for Jerry Duke at 156. Mia Tedesco, Miss Mia, climbs out of the top alcohol dragster and into the super gas car for Cars Protection Plus. Young lady out of Pittsburgh, PA. The Chevy 2 will line up alongside Tommy Cook out of Columbia, Kentucky. The Cook's Transmission 34 Chevrolet Roadster. Cook has been a winner here at the Hot Rod Reunion a couple of times. would like to come out. Can't get to the winner's circle unless you get through round number 1. 990 with a 1 at 155. Miss Mia had the better light, but 2 off 992 down there at the stripe. And she'll be parking that on the trailer. Skeeter Wayne comes up now, Robards, Kentucky. Another 34 Chevy Roadster alongside Mac Tankersley out of Elkton, Tennessee in the 70 GTO. With them jumping off the starting lines, they head down track. Out of the dark into the light. Wind light for Skeeter Wayne. Tankersley takes the stripe, 1 under 989. 995 for your winner, Skeeter Wayne. Randy Sides, Sela, Wisconsin, 69 Camaro, another Roadster alongside Pat Martin. The 27 Roadster over here, the Ford Roadster for Armor Paving and Sealing. London, Ohio, the home base for Pat Martin. So super stock cars, you should be in the staging lanes. Again, the left side of the ladder. Is the winner, 162 for the speed for Pat Martin. Pat's day is done 10:04 over here in the right lane. Rich Pica out of Coshocton, Ohio. The high caliber machine, the Camaro. For Jeff Smith Jr., the Smith Roadster out of Kendallville, Indiana. Again, the Roadsters get a good, clear view of the tree. It starts the boat. They will muscle their way down track at the finish line. It's going to be the 990 with an 8 at 150 for Rich Pica. Jeff Smith Jr. tosses away a perfect 9,900 in a losing effort. That'll be tough to look at that time. The whitetailinstitute.com 97 Cutlass. Falvey and Lindsay off and running. Finish line says it is Lindsay for the win. Falvey, too quick, 988 at 145. Took the stripe, broke out by 2. 991 for your winner, Lindsay. Right side. Dave Dahlem, Tom Small come up next. Dahlem out of Tremont, Illinois. 57 Corvette Roadster left side for Dave and Judy. He'll be alongside Tom Small, the runner out of Indy, for Steve Schmidt Racing Engines. Multi-time winner. Looks like he had a couple of pretty good years, 98 and 99. Still out Camaro alongside the Corvette Roadster. At the finish line stripe, wind light's going to flash for Tom Small, 997 at 142. For Dave Dahlem, 10:02 and done at 142 as well. Dwayne LaFleur comes up next, Clarence Center, New York. For Jiffy Tire, K&N, and Lucas Oil, 68 Camaro. Pulls up left side. He's done pretty well in Division III in his past, alongside Ross Larice out of Raceland, Louisiana. The insurance executive, 2014 Camaro. He's done all right as well. At the Sports Nationals, U.S. Nationals, Southern Nationals. He's had a top 3 finish in the national championship race. Full throttle, away they go. Wind light says Dwayne LaFleur, 990 at 165. Larice 4 under 986, speed of 156. It's Skip Sadler and Jennifer Jo Costello getting set to pull up now, as we are dwindling down to our final few super gas cars. It'll be super stock coming up after that. Sadler out of Erie, PA, the 88 Corvette. Jennifer Jo, young lady out of Louisville, Kentucky. Full body ends a pair, side by side. Left lane slowing, right lane for the win. Jennifer Jo, 999 at 128. Skip Sadler clicks it off, coasts through to a 14-second pass. Rusty Cook, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Corvette Roadster. Alongside Mike Willoughby. Out of Corona, California. Corvette Roadster. That's a pretty popular ride. Left-hand steer, Corvette Roadster. Bow tie power. Pretty potent combination. Willoughby out of D7. I suspect he's going to head north when he leaves here. He'll get an early start on it. He's done. 10-16 for Rusty Cook at 145. Willoughby out here in round one with a 10-20. Michael Crick, Nortonville, Kentucky. The Indy Cylinder Head 68 Roadrunner. Alongside John Sickish. Belmont, Ohio. Another one of those Corvette Roadsters. And the red lights on the tree. Somebody saw something going on somewhere. We're going to shut them down before we send the next pair down track. Looks like 3 cars left here in Super Gas. And then I'll be sliding out of the way to let Bob Unkefer take you the rest of the way. Super Stock will be coming up next. So, looks like our safety safari down there rolling out onto the track. Got to check something out over here, I believe, on the right-hand side of the track. So we will take a pause for just a minute. We'll be back to action as quick as we can.
Well, checking the track down there after the last couple of cars went down. One a little off pace. Just making sure in the dark of the evening that we don't have anything down on the racetrack. So better safe than sorry, better secure than not. So we'll get everybody opinion on the top end of the racetrack. Make sure we're good and safe and clean to go. Michael Crick, John Sickish, Tommy Turner, 3 cars left. All of them getting ready to come at us before we get into round number 1 of Super Stock. For all the stock, Super Stock guys listening and gals listening in at home, I can tell you that we will have a new Super Stock winner this year. Riley Stufflebeam's won it the last couple of years. She wounded a motor. Heartland Park, Topeka, a couple of weeks ago at the double points meet there. They packed up and headed home, and I was under the impression that they had received the parts they needed and had it fixed and were going to be here this weekend, but no Riley. So Super Stock will definitely have a new winner for the first time in 3 years. Riley's won it all the last couple of years here at Beech Bend. But now back into the 990 cars. Top end is cleared. Equipment and personnel have been removed. John Sickish at the wheel of his Corvette. Michael Crick. Michael's one of those guys that you just got to look at and say, yeah. 68 Plymouth Roadrunner. Meep, meep. Out here doing battle with all of the Corvette machines. Like my good friend Alan Reinhardt says in Super Gas, if you want to be a betting person, take the Corvettes and give your opponent the rest of the field. And you will, in the majority of instances, pocket. Win light's going to go to Michael Crick. The Roadrunner lives on. 9,900. Come and get you some, boys. 149 to speed. 987 by John Sickish. Sickish was a little tardy off the line behind Michael. Crick just kind of motored on down track. Goes 9,900. Let John Sickish have the stripe by 4 10,000ths. We get to see the Meep Roadrunner one more time. Super Stock, round number 1, getting ready to come around the corner in the staging lanes here. Looks like a little quick cleanup out there on the racing surface before Tommy Turner makes his lap. So Tommy Turner sits and waits patiently while we get a little cleanup taken care of here on the starting line. Last of our super gas cars to go down the racetrack. All right, cleanup in aisle 1 done. The little yellow stanchions that say caution wet floor been removed. And Tommy Turner out of Naples, Florida gets his bye run down the racetrack. Tommy's brake lights are flashing, but I do not see a tail light on. What happened? Yep. It's a tail light. Throttle stop now. Hustles on through 986. 173 miles an hour as Terry talks into the racing radios. Says, here's what you did, hon. Tractor out there going down the racetrack. Again, a reminder for all of our racers, we do need tail lamps on so we can see you going down the racetrack. Tail lamps on. Everybody in super stock, everybody in super comp getting ready to come up. Need tail lights on, please. Our super stock cars getting paired up back in the lanes. Understand the comp shootout. The final round between the two dragsters for the Spitzer race car. Indy gear. Big check. You know, the check's kind of cool, but I want the trophy. I mean, I really do. It's just a neat, neat trophy. We got a picture of it anywhere, like on the D3 website or anything? We will have a picture of it posted. Cold Hard Art out of Indy doing the trophy for the Spitzer race cars, Indy gear. Shootout, our top 4 points earners over the last 6 races, starting here at Beech Bend a year ago. Neat, neat trophy. Check's okay. Neat, neat trophy. Bragging rights and trophy, the best part. Check. Well, I'll probably go to the missus anyway. Interesting in our Spitzer race cars, Indy gear shootout. Number 1 and number 4 qualifiers both went by the wayside into that first round. So it'll be number 2 taking on number 3. Cam Plain taking on Robert Bailey. Coming up here in the final, a little track prep here on the starting line, a little fresh drag. Sure, we got good rubber down on the starting line surface for our 2 dragsters. And it'll be round number 1 of Super Stock eliminations getting ready to come up. Round number 1 of Super Comp to follow that. Tractor out there putting down a fresh skim coat of rubber on our racing surface, making sure we're good, solid, and clean and green to go. A couple of high-powered comp eliminator dragsters getting ready to head down track. Of course, all of our super stock and super comp contingent coming in right behind them. So, final opportunity to give the track a little prep. Get ready for our comp final round in our Spitzer Race Cars, Indy Gear, Comp Eliminator Shootout here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. All right, got the track drug. Now we'll put a little fresh coat of spray down, a little traction compound to help out the sticky ickies as you go down the quarter mile. Just got confirmation that one of the runs we saw earlier this evening, Randy Myers, 5:21 at 275 miles an hour. Track records here at Beech Bend, displacing Rich McPhillips' speed of 273, displacing Bill Reichert's ET of a 523, I believe it was. So Randy Myers has bragging rights, the new track speed and ET record for the alcohol dragster category here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. Congrats to Randy Meyer and the crew. Looks like a final broom along the outer edge of the right-hand lane, the TS Performance side of the racetrack here at Beech Bend. Little opportunity for the liquid carrier of the spray compound to evaporate out there and let the track set for just a moment. A little cleanup there along the outer wall on the Budweiser side of the racetrack, and I do believe we're about ready to light the next pair. So our Cop Eliminator Shootout brought to you by Spitzer Race Cars and Indy Gear. Of high torque, high horsepower dragsters, Greg Camplain and Robert Bailey. We've swept, we've dragged, we've sprayed. Track is good, clean, sticky, and ready to go. All right. Bailey's A Econo Dragster right side coming off the win in St. Louis just a few short weeks ago in a bit of a bizarre final round. Greg Camplain's B Econo Dragster. Over on the left side, the Budweiser lane. Tom boys have got their tail lights on. I can see the rear of both those cars quite easily. Robert Bailey doing his burnout. Speed Racing. Going transmission. Wabash, Indiana. Based runner. Greg Camplain, the Camplain machine. Brownsburg, Indiana based competitor. Both drivers, multi-time wins on the division level. Both drivers, multi-time wins on the national event level. Two dragsters, big block right side, small block left lane. Two pilots with a wife named Judy. Yeah. Handicap racing at its finest, Cop Eliminator. Bragging rights. $2,000 check from Spitzer Race Cars and Indy Gear. Final round, who's going to run it out the back door? It's going to be Bailey. 678 lap at 193 by Greg Camplain, and by 13 thousandths of a second. Down at the other end of the racetrack, Robert Bailey gets the check, gets the trophy, gets the accolades, the attaboys, the high fives, and I bet there's even a yahoo or two in there. Good race between Bailey and Greg Camplain. 13 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack, making all the difference in the world. All right, here we go. Round number one, super stock. competitive wheel standing, handicap racing at its finest. David McGee. Big block, 68 Nova right side, GTB automatic. Dutton left lane, 11 flat the dial for the 350 Cadillac power. Chevy Mazda. Red light, David McGee. The Cadillac Cruiser. Chevy Monza there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Automatic winner. Motors on through 1104, 121 on the 11 flat, 1018 by McGee. Down at the other end, but the red light back on this end negated everything else he did down the racetrack. Dennis Breeden, factory super stock L, the JT Express. Should be taken on Rick Bear's ride, the teacher, the engineer, I should say, out of Smyrna, Tennessee. One of the first three designated pair, but the Dodge drag pack not able to answer the bell. Here for round number one, so competition for Rick Bear. Bear with modal on through. Look at that. 11 on the tree and 10:55.5 out of the Camaro down at the other end of the racetrack. Jeff Roll up in the Mustang. Gorgeous blue Mustang. 2010 edition Cobra Jet factory super stock G. Taking on TC Morris, a little 283-66 Nova, big handicap start. 11:38 the dial for the Nova, 9:52 the dial for Jeffrey in the Mustang. Red line start by Roll, couldn't wait. Here on the starting line, TC. Motors on into round number two on Sunday, 11:55. 101 miles an hour, 951.7 by Jeff on his 952. Here's Dale Mears. I love this little Dodge Aspen wagon. Bucket seats, 318. Wheel standing. Car rod. Taking on Mark Nowicki. Factory GTD, 360 Dodge Avenger. Handicap start goes to my wagon. Mark Nowicki, already a winner, and he's moving on to Sunday. $962 on a 964 by Nowicki, 138, 1160 by Mears after that red light start. He'll motor on down. Win Bingham. Super J. Chevy Nova, 327, 4-speed wagon left side. 1048 the dial. He'll be off and running. Rock Running is going to give him just a blink of an eye handicap start. Over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, the GTH automatic Oldsmobile will be in hot pursuit. And another red light, Winfred Bingham. Leaving too quick, Rock Running gets the automatic W in round one. 1031.0 on a 1032 dial. 127 miles an hour, 1078 by Bingham. Had a $124 for speed, but way too quick off the line. Here's Ryan Hogg and Leonard Mattingly. Mattingly up in his Olds Achiever, the Cox Creek, Kentucky based runner. 1024, taking on Hagg's Camaro, the 987 dial. Out of the big block, automatic 67. First year Chevy Camaro. Mattingly's in, waiting on Ryan. He's in. Camaro doing just a twitch as it goes by the Christmas tree. Ryan top end reels him in. 10:01 to 132, 10:23 on a 10:24. Got down there, took the stripe by 7 thousandths too much. Stan Holt's in now, the 327 4-speed. 66 Chevy 2, taking on George Durham, 283. Automatic 66 Chevy 2. Deuce is wild. 11 flat the dial for Durham. 960 the dial for Stan Holt. 1.4, almost 3 balls target. Dead laid out of the gate, must have been blocking. Didn't catch the green when it came. 11:04, Durham gets the W at 118, 964. Stan at 135, giving chase, just couldn't get there after that delayed reaction time on the starting line. Kitty Schindler taking on Keith Lynch now. Lynch, two-time world champion in super stock, did it back in the early 80s. Getting everything lined in, dialed up on this Challenger. Drag back car, dialed in 996. Lynch out of the gate and running. Challenger working its way down track. Need taillights on, boys. 998, Lynch disappearing into the darkness at 123. Schindler goes through 937, short at the stripe by 74 thou. Here's your number one qualifier, Drew Skillman. 887 to dial, Zach running. The youngster out of the running family up in Michigan. 307 powered Oldsmobile. On the 1116 dial, Drew going to be giving chase that Ray Skillman Ford 8-second runner. Big start. Drew, I really hate to say anything, son, but you're laid out of the gate. Makes it up on the other end of the racetrack, though. 886 on a double breakout. He's under by 2. 11-12 by Zach. Took a little bit too much stripe down there. Breaks out by more. Zach had a 006 light. Drew was 18 on the tree. Zach may have just handed it to our number one qualifier. Too much finish line work down there for the young running racer. Larry Wilson rolls in next, his 283-64 Chevelle. Doug Vazzolari out of Houma, Louisiana, wheeling and dealing the factory GTC Plymouth Barracuda. Doesn't get the win, moves on to round number 2 with no issue. Cuda marches through 987 to 114, 1140. Wilson. Dan Steed taking on Joseph 2 times. Joseph, son of Jeff. 360 Challenger on the right side. Another one of the Southland Dodge contingent and fleet race cars here this weekend. Steed out of Ohio, the little Chevy 2. GTI automatic, the category. Joseph a little out of the groove. Top end, going to light up the scoreboard for Steve. Chevy 2. 1007 on a 1009 for Joseph. Got there, took the stripe by 21 thou, and broke out by just a skosh more. Named ups, Steve Cook. Next pair of contestants here in round 1. Super Stock, Beech Bend, Raceway Park. Dups, Super K automatic, Camaro left side. Steve Cook, Super Stock J. Stick shift. 305 mouse motor car on the right side. Handicap start goes to stop. 305 actually going to be chasing down the other 305. Pretty good matchup off the line, off reaction times. One light goes to Cook. 980, dead on 2, 20 on the tree. 134, 1052 on a 1055 dial. Up's a little quick on that end of the racetrack. And a 22 thousandths package. Best we've seen so far. Out of Arts Used Parts, where if they don't have it, you don't need it. Brandon Wilkinson. Big block 427 Corvette. Emily Volkman up, wheeling and dealing. Larry Stott racing. 283 Super K automatic Chevy 2. Brandon's going to be a gentleman. Let Emily go first. Well, only because she's got the slower dial. Taking that to Brandon. Too quick out of the gate. Emily already smiling, seeing the wind light on in her lane. Runs it out the back door, 1072 on a 1071. Red light by Brandon. Then runs 904 and his 901 on his 904 dial. At the other end of the racetrack. Do need tail lights on, boys and girls. Tail lights on. Need to be able to see you at the other end of the racetrack. Super Comp, are you listening? Need tail lights on when you come up, please. Dick Morris and Frankie Morris. Bardstown, Kentucky racer. Frankie in the left side, 396 automatic. Dick over the right side. Wheels up, wheels down for the pair up. Going to be decided at the stripe. Going to go to the 4, 978, dead on 1. 132, 990 on a 988 dial by Frankie. Into Camaro, missed it at the stripe by 86 10,000ths of a second. Craig Sullivan up now, the Mustang. Out of Indiana, set the new record at Factory GTF. A couple of weeks ago in St. Louis. Came out, made 2 laps, set the record, tore it down, put it back together, and came back for the plate third qualifying session. Very impressive weekend for the gang. Gary Summers up left side, 302 85 Mustang, stick shift, drop top, convertible. I like convertible. Special place in my heart. Wind light's not going to go to the convertible though. 983, Sullivan gets the win. 1089, Summers dead late out of the gate, and Sullivan marched it on down the racetrack. Joey Ewing, GTG automatic, 340, 68 Dart. Talk about a neat car to have for a Saturday night street cruiser. Dart would be one of them. Of course, Jeremy Duncan's little Camaro in the left lane isn't a bad one either. 350, hard run. We're out of the gate and going. Jeremy may be in trouble. May be in trouble. Got dumped on the other end and was in trouble. Joe Ewing, better light, gets the win. 1080, 118, 983 for Duncan on a 982. When your reaction time starts with a numeral other than 0, your time slip's usually the yellow one and not the white one. Steve Bellinger, Chevy 2, Indiana-based runner, right side, 327, stick shift. First generation Corvette there on the left lane. Armstrong, super stock A automatic, cruising right on down. 885 gets the double breakout win by 10,000. 974 by Bellinger. Comes up a little short at the other end of the racetrack. David Neal, Pontiac Sunfire, taking on Ryan Wilson. Chevy Camaro. That would be young Mr. Wilson. Right side runner out of Carrollton. Super G automatic, 350, 986 goes first. Pontiac Sunfire GT car already seeing the wind light on his side of the racetrack. Wilson went ran out of the gate, hands the win automatically over to David, who goes through 920 at 142 miles per. Tyler Green and Tommy Nolan. Will be your next pair. Tommy Nolan at the wheel of the GTB automatic Pontiac. Right hand side, 350 small block automatic transmission. 938 to a 935 dial for Tyler Green. right out of the gate running. Here comes Tommy Nolan. Win light's going to go to Tyler Green, 9:34.5 on a 9:35. Beats Tommy Nolan's 9:35.0 on a 9:38. Once they got to the other end of the racetrack, here's Steven Johnson, 4-speed, 4:27.67. Ford Fairlane. Runner out of Alabama. You want to talk about driving a race car? Steven does just that. Car launches hard, and Steven works through the gearbox. K&N Chevy Cobalt. UTV automatic car in the left lane, going to be in pursuit. 40 banging gear. Slapping high gear before they get to the half-track mark. Here comes Brina. Top end, closing. Steven gets the W. Brina runs 9:41.4 on a 9:42. Under by 6 foul. Taking a stripe by 30. Johnson goes 9:72 at 132, and we'll see the Ford one more time tomorrow at least for round number 2. Jeremy Mudd, Dallas Kelly roll in. Dallas wheeling that 64 Fairlane. 427, Super Stock B, another stick shift. Big motored Ford over on the left-hand side. Jeremy at the wheel of the Pontiac Grand Am. B Supercar. Jeremy there, lane to right lane and back to left lane earlier today. Win light's going to go on for Dallas Kelly, 9:17, 138, 9:61, Jeremy. Car just not running anywhere near the numbers he had predicted on a 9:32 dial. So we get to see Steven Johnson's Ford come back tomorrow. We get to see Dallas Kelly's Ford come back tomorrow. The only thing I can say to that is how sweet it is. Taillights, boys. We need taillights. Don't forget taillights. Dave Dupp's got his headlights on. I need taillights. Dupp's over on the right-hand side, the GTE automatic engine. Let me tell you guys, taillights make all the difference in the world sitting up here in race control. Those of you that just raced and never had a chance to sit up here, definitely need tail lights this time of night. Merrill Scripture left side, the 327, 66 Chevy 2. Super H automatic. Merrill gets to go first. David's going to be in pursuit. A GT automatic Cobalt. Going to be picking him up, putting him down. Waiting on Dave. He finally rolls in. And Merrill goes left. And Merrill sitting inside the car uttering words like Ratsum, Fratsum, Billy, golly, goats, son of a. You get the idea. Dubs gets the win, 10:09, 105. Scripture after the red light start of 1 foul, 2 quick red. Goes through 18 seconds later. Irvin Johns taking on Don O'Malley. A couple of guys been at this game for more than a month of Sundays, let's put it that way. Irvin wheeling the Cobalt out of Suburban Heavy Haulers. O'Malley wheeling his trusty steed, the Corvette, on the right-hand side. He has campaigned this car since the getting Don's dial in corrected. 974, not a 971. Irvin in on a 965 dial. As I was saying, Don O'Malley has been campaigning this Corvette since, good golly, Miss Molly, back in the early 90s when I first met him. Irvin rolls right on in, then backs on out. Don rolls in. Irvin's in. Don's in. Don's almost in. Don's getting close to being in. There we go. Irvin's car launches, drifts to the left a little bit. Don's car launches, drifts to the left a little bit. Top end, Winter Picker says give it to Irvin. 972 on a 965. 979.9 by O'Malley on his 974 dial. Bert Dawson's Beretta. Bert's out of the gate running. John Nemeth, left side. Neither one of these reaction times starts with a 0. Neither one of these reaction times starts with a 1 for that matter. Bert gets the win that nobody wanted. 884 at 151. Nemeth goes 936. It comes up short. All right, Johnny Livingston taking on Ollie Steffen. Steffen right side. Kind of matches his red light on the starting line. Livingston working his way down track. Tennessee Thunder Super K Camaro gets the win. 1070 on a 1078, but hey, it was already over with at the starting line when Ollie went 9 foul red. Tyler Kahele up left side. Like the little Chevy S10. Unique color on the truck. For stock truck B, 323 Chevy combination. Taking up Mark Alvey, GTE automatic. 350 combination, 87 Camaro right side. Oh, hang on there, Mark. Hang on there, Mark. Get it back in the groove. Whew. Got it back in the groove and still run. Dead on 7. 990 with the 7. 72 lap. At 133. Lee Norton. Brian Brodus. Brian comes up. Hey, my D7 competitor's got his tail light on. He knows what it's all about. The D&B Engineering. Brand new Copo Camaro. Factory Super Stock B on the right side. Lee Norton up in Factory GT. 360 combo. 974 Duster. Red light by Brian Brownus. 16th down, too quick out of the gate. Lee Norton will be back tomorrow. He goes 10:57 on a 10:56 at 125. 8:44 by Brian. We'll be backing up early in the morning and heading north because, well, this race weekend here is done. Scott Burton taking on Ryan Richardson. Oh, this should be good. Young Ryan right side. Strange Engineering Camaro. 10:18 to dial. 10:30 to dial for Scott Burton. Like I said, this should be interesting. Pretty good race shaping up from this end all the way to the other end. Richardson getting the win. 19 on an 18 at 127. 32 on a 30 by Burton. 36 thousandths short at the finish line was Burton to Mr. Richardson. Matt Hoover rolls in next. The truck out of Adamsville. And Matt Alvey's Pontiac Sunfire over here on the right side. GTB automatic out of Mount Washington. Supercomp needs you to the lanes now, please. Supercomp to the lanes. Round at number 1. Come on. Trucks away. Here comes Matt. Matt Alvey taking on Matt Hoover. Matt's behind. Matt gets the win. Matt Alvey's your winner. 9:59 at 135. 9:94.3 for Matt Hoover in the truck. That was on his 9-7 dial. A little too quick. Jeff Dona. Wendell Hiles. Wendell out of Rathsay, New Brunswick, Canada. Let me tell you, kids, that is not around the corner or right down the road. Need to be 100 miles away and then some. Out of Gordonville, Mo. One elephant-sized motor chasing down one little mouse motor. One light's going to go to Dona. 976, dead 6 on his 976 dial. 873 on an 887. For Howes, he may have been holding 1 or 2. Or 3 or 4. Possibly a little bit more. I feel like Dr. Seuss. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. And Jacob. Runner out of Elizabeth. Logger by profession. Brianna Kelly, left lane. Brianna's going to get the W. One light's already on her side. 995 on a 993. Brianna was a little late. Dan was a little early. And Brianna goes, whew. Dodge that bullet. Mike Stokes and Mike Cotton. Another pair. Solid gets the win. You want to bet, Rock? You'll take the bet? I'm betting Mike wins. You're betting Mike doesn't win. Mike Stokes. Cotton on a 999 dial, off and running. Stokes on his 881 dial, coming. Not going to get him. 998.4, Cotton's under by 6. 979.8. Stokes is under by, let me do the math here, 12. So you take the 6, subtract it from the 12, divide by 2, compound it by 3, divide by 4, and you get a 6,000ths of a second margin of victory. Bob Cup up, Chevelle right side. Kevin Helms left side. 3-time back-to-back world champion stock eliminator. Driving the Beech. Here comes the Mopar car. 1058 to a 911 dial. Helms closing. Top end gets it. 920 on the 911. 1058 dead on 9 by Bob Cupp. They have just a little bit too much back here on the starting line. Cost him at the finish line. Bob can pack up and head for Indy. Kevin's going to stick around for round number 2 tomorrow. Jim Lavallo, GTH automatic. Love the 66 Belvedere. 426. Sweetheart of a race car. Taking on a guy who's been on a hot streak, Ricky Decker, number 4 in the country last year, just came off a major win with the Northern Class Nationals last week. I mean, he was like almost winner and runner-up. I mean, it was just that kind of a weekend for Decker. Out of the gate he goes now, chasing down Lavallo. Lavallo at the top end, taps the brakes too early, goes 1079. Had the better light. Decker goes cruising on by to get a 23,000 stripe. 992 on the 990 dial. Robbie Shaw. Super stock G automatic. Little cleanup for the LS powered Pontiac Firebird left side. Steve Hinton, Super N automatic. Shoebox. 265 cubic inch. High winder. Small block 55 Chevrolet. For the Bowling Green native. Works for the USPS during the week. A little bit of a cleanup out on the Budweiser side in front of Robbie Shaw's car. Of a second. Robbie Shaw moves on. Welding around to Georgia. Runs through 989.9 on a 990 dial. I think he was ready to play anyway. 1198 for him. Down at the other end of the racetrack after that 2 foul red light. Here's Michael Beard. Matt Forbes up on the right side. Super N automatic. The taxi cab. Bel Air. 1136 the dial for young Matt in the Lucas Oil Machine. Michael Beard going to be giving him a tussle. The factory GT. Plymouth Volare. Whoa, whoa. This Gonzalez. Old taxi cab, good for the W. Forbes goes 33 on a 36. Too slow on this end, too quick on that end, and that just don't work. Dave Myers, Chevy 2 now out of Decatur, Indiana, making the toe down, and Ernie Neal. Zimmerman Brothers Speed Shop entry, 350 Cavalier. Indiana, that is. Small block, stick shift, Cavalier coming, got him. 949 on a 930. Dave Myers dead late out of the gate, runs a 93 on a 90. Still comes up short by 61 thou at the finish line. Tyler Bohannon, Pontiac left lane. 85 edition of the Firebird. Taking on Morris Vogus, Super J automatic entry. Majority of the super stock J automatic cars seem to be Pontiac Firebird. Morris has got this little 327 65 Nova sequestered right smack dab in the middle. Super J automatic. 1026. Tyler Bohannon on the 1018 leads second. Only problem is, in the grand scheme of things, Tyler Bohannon actually left first. And if you're following along and paying attention, you know that didn't work out so well for Morris Vogus. Runs a 27 on a 26, comes up short, 25 for Bohannon. On his dial, he gets the win, the stripe, and the round 2 appearance on Sunday. Todd France taking on Fred Ensign. Fred doesn't have his tail lights on. Going to have to talk to that man. Auto dealer out of Madisonville, Texas. Taking on Todd France, GTE automatic. The Hemi Dart for Fred. Small block Beretta for Todd. Todd already a winner on the division trail this year. The announcer man says because their reaction times are identical. Fred Ensign goes down and runs 69.4 on a 69, 73.5 on a 73 by Todd. I'm telling you. She cleaned my screen real quick, but that one wasn't one by much. Holy guacamole, dead even out of the gate. At less than 1,000th of a second margin of victory. Meredith and Aaron Dysinger working their way down track now. The engine builder, the machinist out of Diamond RV, right side, coming, got him. 46.9 on a 46. Jimmy Meredith with 009. Runs an 04 on his 11 flat. Jim got down there, parked the car, said, I don't want the stripe. And should have took it. Thank you, Pat. Joe Touton comes up. The Hemi Dart out of Southland Truck Group. And Paul Hellenberg, the GTC automatic. Cavalier out of Jeff Taylor Performance. Hellenberg 950. Again, one of those reaction times that starts with a numeral other than 0. Didn't work out for Joe either. 948 Hellenberg. Oh, that one ended up being kind of close at the other end. Both of them breaking out. 958 for Joe. But Hellenberg gets the W. He'll be back on Sunday. Jeff Taylor in now. The Cobalt out of Jeff Taylor Performance. See, Jeff Taylor Performance, and this is Jeff Taylor at the... I'd say it's the boss man out there. What do you think? 964 the dial for Taylor. Bobby Alvey in at a 1069. I like the GT trucks. They're cool. This one's a GMC Sonoma. Small block 327. Taylor gets the W automatically. GTD automatic Cobalt will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow. We'll see him tomorrow. 960 at 137 by Taylor. Alvey goes 1066 on the 1069 after the red light start. And once again, 2 wrongs don't make a right. At least not in drag racing. Ricky Pennington. Little Chevy Malibu up. The runner out of Gardendale, Alabama. That one sounds like it was named, that town sounds like it was named by the local garden club. Gardendale, Alabama. 327, stick shift, GTJ, Malibu. Red light, too quick, gone. Adios, hasta luego. Arrivederci. 1075, Pennington's your winner, 120. 1022 on a 1023, Volkman too quick this in, too quick that in. We've already had that discussion, it just doesn't work. Jeff Atkinson in. GTB automatic. Jeff Taylor Performance Machine as well. Another LS powered hot rod here this weekend. A runner out of Damascus, Georgia. Taking on Warren Burkett Jr. Big old handicap start. Couple seconds. 4 bulbs on the tree. Warren out of Louisiana. Going to be off and running with the Buick. At least that's the plan. Start kind of against that plan. I hate red lights. They're ugly. They're nasty. Warren goes 11:61 after the red light start. Jeff actually went red as well, but, well, Warren had already done it, so Jeff gets the W, and he'll be back. Those of you paying attention at home, 9:41, 141. The ET and the speed for Jeff. David Rampy taking on Jimmy Bridges. Only problem is Jimmy's not here. David is. The big block Corvette, and Jimmy Bridges not able to answer the bell for round number 1. So Rambo gets a free pass to Sunday. 10:23 at 129 miles an hour. That's one competition by. Brett Vogus should be taking on Mark Howes. Mark's Hemi Dart. A no-show for round number 1. So Brett gets the competition by. GTC Automatic Cavalier. Brett making a parade lap down the racetrack. Kind of like, hey, you know, nighttime, cool. Can't roll the windows down, and there's no AC, trust me. 1946 was a very good year. Just a few years before I was born. Seriously. I know I don't look anywhere near that old. What good, clean living will do for you. I said it with a straight face, but I couldn't keep it straight. I mean, you know. Kenny Vaughn taking on Bill Rink. Only problem is, well, you get the idea, Bill Rink's not here. Kenny Vaughn out of Columbia, Tennessee, 68 Camaro. 396, stick shift car, motors on down track. A leisurely 934 at 143 miles an hour. And that, I do believe, ladies and gents, boys and girls, will put a wrap on Superstock round number 1. The track darts, the Super Cop cars, the 890 cars, getting ready to roll out at us now. As we have put first round in the books of virtually every category except for our top dragster, top sportsman, top eliminator, top alcohol funny car, top alcohol dragster. Because they run their eliminations tomorrow, that's why. So round number 1, Super Cop, getting ready to roll at us now. I need my medicine one more time, I think, and I'll be good to go. Only problem is my medicine's all the way over there in the pit area. And I'm all the way over here. No, you're good. You're good. I can make it. I can make it. I don't know that I need my medicinal medicine input, but it just sounds good right now. No, I'm fine. Don't worry about it, Warren. I'm fine. Do your thing, and I'll do mine. Nope, I'm good. Jordan Eaker out of Clovis, New Mexico. All right, Jordan Eaker out of Clovis, New Mexico, a pilot for the United States Air Force, is having an issue. His car won't go into R for reverse. Meanwhile, Rusty Cook, Cynthiana, Kentucky-based runner, waits patiently. The Ohio crankshaft car. Warren says, I want to play. So we're going to let Warren tell you all about Super Comp, or at least part of it. I'll come back and rescue him take care of him here at the end. But right now, the 890 car is getting ready to rock and roll, furious and thunder down a quarter mile here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. So Jordan's venture from Clovis, New Mexico to Bowling Green, Kentucky. Can he still go forward? If he can go forward, he can stage. He can still race. Got a grasshopper crawling up the window in front of me. I think Jordan's night just about to come to a conclusion out there. Rusty Cook has sat and waited patiently, just like Warren has waited patiently. Take the microphone out of my hand. Here you go.
Well, I guess you'd call that patiently while I was standing over the top of you, waiting to get out of my way. That's all right. Super Comp coming up. We're trying to keep the high-priced talent around till Sunday. Keep his voice intact. Meantime, single from It's come back for round number 2. Rusty Cook, 889.9. Oh, so close. 1 thou from a dead-on run. 178 for the speed. Tough break for Jordan Eaker, as he has to be pushed off back here to the safe area. Mike Eggleston got a bird's eye view of that. Watches him gets pushed by. Highland, Illinois, the home base, left side. Jordan McCann. Alongside Luke Bogacki. Cool hand Luke. Trying to do a little better here in Super Comp. Got shut off at the starting line in Super Gas. But here he is in Super Comp. 1 year removed from a world championship. Runner out of Carterville, Illinois for K&N Engineering. He pulls up right side of the track. Eggleston is in. Here comes Bogacki. They see the bulb, away they go. And for Bogacki, he's got the win light. 891 with a 7 at 176. Gave up the stripe to Eggleston, broke him out. 1 under 889. Bogacki 006 on the tree. That helped a little bit too. Danny Nelson, the Racecraft chassis entry. I think he knows the owner. He builds them, he sells them, he drives them. Runner out of Batesville, Arkansas, left side, alongside Dennis Klein from Athens, Alabama. The undercover chassis car. Off they go. Finish line says it's a dead on 890 with a 4 at 177 for Danny Nelson. He'll be back for another round. 008 on the tree. Dennis Klein, 899 and done here in round 1. Brad Plord, Coleman, Alabama for lucasoil.com. The undercover chassis car. He gets to take on Racing Jason Lynch out of Pleasant View, Tennessee for Cars Protection Plus. American Race Car Chassis Ride. Again, Pro Tree will flash, all 3 ambers, then it'll go green. Away they go. More throttle stop racing. So they want to launch hard, slow it down, time it out, so they should run a perfect 800. Back on the throttle they go. Ford number 7 in the world. Not by accident. 894 for the win for Brad Plord at 153. Jason Lynch, 906 and done here in this round. Jim Blinkern, Murphyboro, Tennessee, alongside Bill Riddle from Brighton, Michigan. Riddle for Corrigan Race Fuel. It's an Adkins chassis machine. The Mullis left side. Both of them sporting big block Chevy power behind them. Okay, we're ready. Good lights and pairs. 892 for the win for Bill Riddle. 165 for the speed. 896 for Blinker at 157. Kevin Brannon, Boiling Springs, South Carolina. He'll stage it up left side. Steve Bueller, Freeport, Michigan, right side of the track. Pair of long cars side by side. Off, ready to go. Brandon, 898, 167 left side, your winner. Kevin Brandon for Steve Bueller, 9 flat at 160. Not going to get the job done. Carl Watts, Alabaster, Alabama, the mechanic. In his American race car chassis, big block, Chevy powered ride. The D2 runner, left side, alongside Johnny Deacons, out of Louisville, Kentucky. For Quick Fuel Technology, he is a designer for that organization, driving his Suncoast chassis machine. Another pair of green light starts. Up the track, closing on the stripe. Finish line says it is Deacons picking up the round win. 895 for Johnny Deacons, your winner. 166 for the speed. For Watts, his night is done here in round number 1. Derek Denny pulls up next out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. The American car for Denny Mechanical, alongside Marshall Glass, Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Little 23 Ford Alter, center steer machine, sitting on top of the pumpkin there, right side. Neither driver wanting to move in. Glass goes in. Denny is in as well. And Derek Denny might want to get a wake-up call next time. 891 for the win for Marshall Glass. 146 for the speed. Denny was 4 off 894. But as Bob Unkerfer will tell you, if your reaction time does not start with a 0, you could be in trouble. Rob Cropfeld, Hamilton, Ohio. The Corvette Roadster, left side, alongside the 63 split window Corvette of Tyler Allen out of Manchester, Kentucky. Right side. And he is 0-10 on the tree, but not close enough at the stripe. 894 for the win for Rob Cropfeld, 143 for the speed, 897 and done for Allen. Shannon Mingy, Urbana, Illinois. He's an electrician for VFW. Bonewell Automotive, the undercover chassis machine, left side, alongside Billy Walker, the D2 runner out of Loganville, Georgia. He's a landscaper by trade. Hustling down track. 898 for the win for Shannon Mingy. 898 at 166. 9 flat and done for Billy Walker. Clicks off the timers. 155 for the speed. Jack Collier, West Monroe, Louisiana, left side. That's a Mullis car. Alongside John Sickish, the Horton chassis machine out of Belmont, Ohio. Sickish out front. Here comes Collier. They're even at the 1,000 mark. 894 for the win for Jack Collier. 894 at 165. Sickish 893 at 155. Collier had him covered at the start. Greg True, Cleveland, Tennessee. The undercover chassis machine. He won at Carolina, 2014. Alongside Adam Gerber. He's been to the money round at St. Louis. Also in a Division III at the Jags All-Stars back in 2012. Gerber out of Massillon, Ohio. For American Race Cars and APD, he'll stage up right-hand lane. Dead even off the start. Finish line's going to decide it for Greg True. 891 at 169. True, your winner. Gerber, 892, decides it at the finish line. It's Tony Brown, Jacob Elrod pulling up next. Brown out of Hallsville, Texas. Worthy chassis machine. Jacob Elrod, right side, out of Lima, Ohio. He is a financial advisor. Might need to talk to him. For Sunoco, Mosier, K&N Filters. He'll pull it up here in the TS Performance lane. Red eye there, right side. Jacob Elrod, Tony Brown. Who's on round two? Tony Brown out the back door, 2 and 889. 5 at 183. He's your winner, though. 893 at 164 for Jacob Elrod here in round one. Chuck Ridenour of Plainfield, Indiana. The A&A Transmission Racetech Chassis Big Block Chevy Powered Ride. He'll pull up Budweiser side. The race car chassis ride, 592 cubic inches of bow tie power sitting right behind the driver. Stall grid down on the track. Right side, wind light, right side. 008 on the tree, 894 at the stripe, 168 for the speed. Jimmy Stahl is your winner. For Chuck Ridenour, 893 over on the Budweiser side. Angela Neely pulls up now from Alvaton, Kentucky for Quick Fuel Technology. It's an American Race Car Chassis ride alongside Logan Watson from Uppatoy, Georgia. The Watson Racing American car. Both of them with 565 Chevys behind them. So identical chassis, identical power. Finish line says it's an 897 at 169 for Angela Neely. She's your winner. Logan Watson, 898 at 159. Here in round number one. Robert May, Dothan, Alabama. Left side of the track. That's the winged machine over here left side alongside Sherman Adcock out of Fortson, Georgia. The American ride, right side. Done here in round one. Sherman Adcock, who's back for Sunday action. Adcock 889.9 at 178. May 888 and done at 170. Ryan Richardson and Jim Jarrah-Karras pull up now. Richardson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. One of the Richardson boys. Runner up to Jarrah-Karras from Batavia, Illinois. The Spitzer car, right side. Other. win line says it's going to be Jim Jarrett-Harris. Moving on to Sunday, 891 at 175 for Jarrett-Harris. Ryan Richardson, 893. Finishes up here in round number 1. Kendra Reinshield, Brookville, Indiana. Former junior dragster racer for Fast Lube and Armor Paving and Sealing. True Racer Motorsports entry. Alongside Bo Butner from Floyd's Knobs, Indiana. He claims he is a used car salesman in the McIlvain car. Butner, pre-stage. There's Kendra pulling in. Now Butner's staged. Kendra's in there as well. The winner already on tour. Not going to happen this time. 003 on the tree for Butner, 896 at the finish line. They're both 896.9 side by side. Race 1 on the starting line for Bo Butner. David Forbes out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. For Lucas Oil, E3, K&N, and Fast Tech. The American car left side, alongside Joe Tankersley, Elkton, Tennessee. Tankersley Pulpwood, he is a logger, driving that 1970 GTO. One of the few door slammers in the class. Here comes the Dragster trying to gather him up. Tankersley is 2/10 under, 869 at 149. Forbes for the win, 891 at 179. Kara Forbes up next. Horse Cave, Kentucky. More of the same, left side, alongside Alan O'Brien. The QPR, Quality Asphalt Repair. Rambler motor ride. That's an AMC behind the driver there. O'Brien, if I recall, is your number 1 qualifier in Top Dragster, the fastest Top Dragster field in history. Reset once again this weekend. Alan O'Brien at the top of the heat. Kara, your winner, 894 at 153. She had a little room to work. He was behind all the way, never could catch up. 888 at 165. Jim Nash, Ooltewah, Tennessee. The Clayton Trailer Sales HSC Dragster. Alongside Dave Dolan for Dave and Judy. The American Race Car Chassis out of Tremont, Illinois. Finish line's going to have to pick the winner. The starting line was heads out. Identical, both sides, 890 with a 1 at 162. That's the number you were looking for Jim Nash, your winner. Dave Dolan under the index and out of here. James Hinkle, Danville, Kentucky for Sun Tropic Pools. Unique paint there on the car left side of the track in the Budweiser lane. Alongside Rose Richardson. Woodburn, Indiana, the P&R Express machine lines up TS Performance side of the track. These are Super Comp cars, round number 1. 2 go down, 1 comes back tomorrow. At the stripe, win light for Rose Richardson, 898 at 165. Hinkle off pace, 913 at 151. Madison Ellison comes up now out of Central City, Kentucky. She is a student, 18 years old, for Collector Tethers. She'll pull up left side alongside Jessica Bogacki, Carterville, Illinois. Mom to Gary, husband to Luke. See Luke already checking things out behind the car. Jessica pretty good, but Madison a little gooder. She breaks out by a tenth. 880 at 164. A tenth too quick for Madison. 894 for Jessica Bogacki. Moves her on to round number 2. Todd Cincinnati, Clarksville, Tennessee. For Hoosier, intended suspensions. The Mullis race car. Pulls up alongside Ricky Ship. The Ship Racing Ken Keir, triple nickel, bow tie powered machine out of Needham, Indiana, right side. Automatic win for Todd Cincinnati. 175 for Todd Cincinnati. He moves on to round 2, 885 and done for Ricky Ship at 170. Jeremy Mason, Danny Waters coming up next. Mason left side, Waco, Kentucky. For Ohio Crankshaft, the engineer driving the Miller chassis machine alongside Danny Waters, the professional drag racer out of LaGrange, North Carolina. For Doozen, American chassis machine. Both of them with big block Chevys behind them. Danny Waters, a winner, a time or two. Finish line says Danny Waters for the win, 893.6. A little bit better than the 893.2 for Jeremy Mason. 0.12 at the start for Danny Waters. Helps him to go on to Sunday. Todd Chiava, Elkhart, Indiana. Representing Vintage Trailers. Alongside Chase Murray, the young man out of Orange, Texas. Chiava, left side, the Budweiser lane. Chase Murray, a little tardy. A whole lot tardy, actually. 897 at 157 for Chiava. Chase Murray had a death grip on the button, never let go. That's the only way to explain that. Tommy Mattingly out of Louisville. He's driving an American. Greg Krause, he's got a worthy under him. Out of Escondido, California. Running a D5 number. Used to live in Minnesota, I'm told. Transplanted to the left coast. 30 years running this category. Twice has been top 10 nationally. off and running. Tommy, Greg. How about Greg for the win? 895 at 169. He was a little bit late, but Mattingly gives it back to him. 896 at 157. Brian Browning from Richmond, Kentucky, alongside Janice Swan from Mooresville, Indiana. Swan driving the little Opel Coupe in Super Gas, driving the Ruman chassis entry here in Super Comp. Brian Browning out of Richmond, Kentucky. It's an American race car chassis entry, both of them with big block Chevy power. Both of them trying to go 890. Browning's not going to like that time ticket. 9:01 for the win for Janice Swan, takes out the 894. Browning a lot closer to the index, but nowhere near it at the starting line. Like Mr. Unkefer says, if it starts with anything other than a 0, you're probably in trouble. Here's Blake Richardson, one of the Richardson boys, left side out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. He is a student, skipping school today. Riley Ledbetter alongside out of Forney, Texas. Oh, that's right, this is Saturday. How long have I been here? Kind of run together. 892 for your winner, Blake Richardson. 154 for the speed. Ledbetter 893 at 172. He'll load it up in the box with wheels. Tim Papp, Charleston, Illinois. The Oakley Motorsports American chassis entry for Papp Auto Body. I am a frequent flyer at Papp Auto Body. My Camry is a magnet for other people. Megan Straswig alongside. Well, that's kind of a crappy turnout right there. Evansville, Indiana, the 17-year-old student. She skipped school yesterday. I know that for a fact. Well, yeah. Timmy goes on. $886 for Papp. Time pass for him. 888 done for Megan. The red bulb got her. Jerry Mellis, Hope, Indiana. The Mellis brothers M&M chassis ride. Jerry and Tom pulling up left side alongside Rich Bernier out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. That's a Quay car, right side. Side by side, finish line says, how about an 894 for Jerry Mellis, your winner. 162, 897 and done for Rich Bernier, speed of 161. Glenn Julius out of Indy. Alongside Derek Beech. I know that guy. Flying that big PDRA sticker on the side. He is Senior Vice President of Marketing for the PDRA. Driving a Super Comp car this weekend here. He's been turning it red. Hopefully he found a little delay in his trigger finger. Barrett down track. Glenn Julius way behind. Derek, 893 at 166. He did all right. 005 on the tree. Julius nowhere close of it. 1255 at 85. Ray Miller, Spring City, Tennessee. the chassis builder. Number 8 in the world last year, left side for Miller Race Cars. He'll pull up alongside the 18-year-old Holden Larice out of Raceland, Louisiana. He won the Jag Sports Nationals already this year. Miller, left side, Larice, right side. I know. Took the stripe, broke out by 1 thou. 894 for your winner, left side, Mr. Miller. David Schmidt, Flintstone, Georgia. Another Miller car pulls up on the left side of the track, the Budweiser lane, alongside Eric Wilkerson out of Seymour, Indiana. TS Performance lane, right side. Wilkerson, a lab technician. David Schmidt, a contractor. We'll see who's going to be back for Sunday. Well, I couldn't tell you from the start. They're even. Finish line says an 892 for Schmidt is good. An 889 for Wilkerson is bad. Schmidt will be back on Sunday. Jerry Sossaby out of Lula, Georgia. The J&J Racing Rattlesnake. Scott Vanderwalker. The GM Fuel Technology. Vanderwalker alongside Sossaby. Sossaby's got the light, takes the double breakout. Better than the 887 for Vanderwalker. 158 for the speed. Vanderwalker behind all the way down the track. Troy Stone. If green is your unlucky color, you won't want to be anywhere near this car. It is green anywhere and everywhere. For Vintage Trailers. I think he runs the show up there. Not sure, but I think he does. Scott Lamar alongside. Out of Hawthorne, Florida. Number 7 last year in D2. He'll pull up right side. Red light, Troy Stone, done. Scott Lamar. Sees his time ticket, he'll say thank you, because he was way late. But gets the win, 891 at 176 for Troy Stone. Red light start. 9:01 down there at the finish line. Steve Collier pulls up now out of Benton, Louisiana, alongside Tommy Phillips out of Forney, Texas. Both of them out of Division 4. Tommy Phillips had a pretty good year last year. Looks like he was number 3 in Division 4 for 2014. Tommy Phillips already collected a lot of Wallies in his career. Collier's picked up a few himself. Tommy, down track. Tommy had the better of it at the start. On the double breakout, he gets the win, 889.7 at 177. 889.0 left side ends the day. Steve Hoyt from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan Hoyt's Dragster, former D3 champ, alongside Chris Reynolds out of Jolton, Tennessee. Both of them trying to run an 8.900. As close to a perfect reaction time. Put that all together. You'll be getting the white ticket instead of the yellow. Steve left side, Chris right side. Chris too quick. Steve Hoyt, your winner, 891 at 178. Chris Reynolds takes the stripe, 3 under, 887. Bill Vance up next. So it's Bill Vance, Rick Hughes coming up now. Vance out of O'Fallon, Mo. Rick Hughes, Fishers, Indiana. Vance left side, Hughes right side. Out of power. 9-11 for Rick Hughes for the win. Vance coasting through 15:35. Rick Hughes will be back for Sunday action. Tony Helms, Ringgold, Georgia. The undercover car left side alongside Trini Crissoni from Raceland, Louisiana. Crissoni Racing. It's a Mullis car. Been driving a long car since the age of 8. Started out in juniors, all the way up to the Super Comp car now. Another pair dead even at the start. Top end says Trini Crissoni going on to the next round, 895 at 171. Tony Helms, 896 at 170. Trini back for Sunday. Here's Tim Millwood, 93 Daytona. Dodge power under the hood. The door slammer alongside Todd McCann. Centennial, Colorado. Division 5 runner. Mr. Unkefer's probably familiar with this young man. As Nick Agresta would say, if you're listening to Nick, it's a classic confrontation. McCann, your winner, 904 at 146. That 009 helped it. Tim Millwood, 902, a little closer, but tardy for the party at the starting line. Philip Schmida, Canfield, Ohio. For Intensity Racing Products, the American chassis entry, alongside Ray Connolly. Connolly out of Elyria, Ohio. And he's got a single digit on the side of his air scoop there. How about a number 9? Had a pretty good year last year. For American, Dart, Hoosier, and Mosier. You'll pull it up right side. Miner goes red. 105 red. Conley was 012 green. And he sees his win light down there. 877 at 182. Just drive her on out. 888 at 181 for Philip Schmida. And the red light starts. Jeff Smith Jr., Kendallville, Indiana. The Smith Automotive Mullis car. He'll back up the left side. Scott Mackey over here on the right side, backing up right now from his burnout. The Babalu Racing Dan Page chassis entry out of Milford, Michigan. Jeff and Scott side by side. Scott is in. Both of them to the right. Smith clear out of the groove, 886 for the win, 886.7 at 168 for Scott Mackey, 886.3. And done. Kathy Fisher, the K&N Filters, Borla Exhaust, Ohio Crankshaft Machine. She's in the entertainment industry. A top dragster is broke, is that right? Is that what you said? Justin Mosier alongside Portland, Indiana. Kathy's weekend is done. Justin Mosier, 890 with an 8 at 177. Kathy Fisher, the consolation prize, an 896 and an early trip home. Greg Camplain out of Brownsburg, Indiana, will pair up alongside TJ Coleman out of Tallahassee, Alabama. He is a student at 30 years old. That's probably a professional student. Department of Redundancy Department. 895 at 158 for your winner, Greg Camplain. TJ Coleman, 905 off pace at 159. Denver Maltba at 21 years old, an executive for J&H Distributing, alongside George Kahili at 62. He's an executive too, runs his own business, the Kahili Racing Undercover Chassis Machine. Both of them are D2 runners. Malta out of Newland, North Carolina. Kahili out of Lafayette, Georgia. Is late. 004, the better light and the win. Denver Malta, 004 on the tree, 892 at the finish line, 173 for the speed will be your winner. Kahili done here in round number 1. Donald Higgins, Mapleton, Illinois. I bet he's got a customer or two out there on the grounds. He is the owner-operator of Crew Chief Pro Software. All the software you need to dial that car, alongside Dean McElvain. He builds those race cars. He's from New Carlisle, Ohio. It'll help you dial the car, but it'll help you spend money. McElvain, 003 on the tree, 891 down there at the finish line. He'll move on to round 2. Higgins, 2 quick, 888, the left side. He's done for the weekend. Tyler Kahili out of Rock Spring, Georgia, the Kahili Racing Machine. Alongside Michael Brumfield, Centerville, Indiana. And I believe we are just about down to the short rows here. An old farming term. Short rows, that's right. For the win, he was safe by 1. Brumfield under by a bunch, 17. That's a lot of wind strike. Michelle Furr, she knows she'll be back for Sunday. She's got the bye going into the next round. Michelle Furr out of Galaxy, Virginia, running for Ohio Crankshaft, Quick Fuel, K&N. The undercover car left side will finish it up here in Super Comp. Baba going to take us the rest of the way home here on a Saturday night.
And Michelle Motors through. How about that? Perfect light. Trip 0 perfect. And dead on, well, 891 0. Dead on with a 10. How's that sound? 8.910. Trip 0 perfect. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, that is a wrap for day number 2 here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. I want to thank everybody for coming on out. Let you all know that we are going to start off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Round number 2 of Super Street. Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp. Same run order we've had all weekend. Round number 2 of all of those categories coming out. Then first round of eliminations in our Spitzer Race Car Top Dragster. First round of eliminations in our Brodix. Steve Schmidt Racing. Top Sportsman cars. Comp Eliminator round number 1. Into round number 3 of our Super Street field as we really start to whittle the fields down. Be taking us up to about 11:30. Our pre-race ceremonies kicking everything off. And then Top Alcohol Dragster. Top Alcohol Funny Car round number 1 of eliminations. We'll work our way through the day, crown our champions tomorrow afternoon, and put a wrap with a great big old bow on the 2015 season here on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour in the Division 3. Don't forget tomorrow morning non-denominational chapel service, 7:15 in the grandstands, with a second service at 9 o'clock up in the amphitheater. So chapel service, 7:15 a.m. Super Street, you will be on the track at 8 a.m., which means we'll be calling our Super Street cars in about 7:30, 7:35 tomorrow morning to get everybody rolling for round number 2. Again, that's a wrap. Everything is concluded here this evening for everybody listening in on D3 TV around the country, around the world for that matter. I want to thank all of you for stopping in. Don't forget, we'll start up again 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thanks to dragstersforsale.com for stepping up this weekend. A little sponsorship assistance to get the D3 TV program out and about. Tip of the cap to everybody here at Beech Bend Raceway Park. We had a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Internet hiccup today that shut us down for a while, that we were finally able to work our way around and get everything back up and running. So tip of the cap to everybody that worked hard to get the D3 TV back online and back broadcasting for everybody. On behalf of everybody here at Beech Bend Raceway Park, the NHRA, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour, I want to say good night to everybody. Been another great day. Full moon over Bowling Green. I don't know what that's going to mean for the night, but we'll see y'all tomorrow morning. Good night, everybody.